Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. To some of you, and peace out to the rest of you. Hit the share button because the message is more important than the messenger. So, my people, tell me, does my voice come through clearly? Feel free to put a 1 in the chat if you don't want to type out yes. God knows some of y'all hate to punctuate, so put a 1 in the chat if my voice is coming through clearly before I continue on. And for the record, I was going to fade out of that last track and start talking, but I got a phone call. And I only get phone calls. Lord knows I only get phone calls when I'm doing something and I really can't afford those interruptions. All right, excellent. The other side was good. Maleka Mebani, shout out to you. Yep. Glad to hear that I am loud and clear. Yeah, I don't get calls when I'm just ready to take them. Maybe I'm just never ready to take a call, but I'm always doing something else when it happens. And I told this caller I'm about to go live on somebody's show. I just didn't say which one. And lo and behold, I'm playing the music on the phone because I don't know how to integrate the tracks into the studio, and I get a phone call. That's why I'm such a jerk. And sometimes when you hear me just all of a sudden curse, that's part of the reason why. Sometimes I'm recording for upload, but in the middle of my recording, the phone will start ringing. And that's when I start with just a litany, a string of cuss words. Not really capable of feeling remorse for that either, because after a while it just gets bothersome. It's like, really? Is this going to happen every time? So anyway, I was planning on going further in depth. It hasn't been a very long time since I did the upload. I think I uploaded the other one about 11 hours ago, and that was about Dennis Spurling's video and the real reason we should not be marching for and with the Arabs. I stated before that there are certain things that we don't really need to get caught up in, and that means we don't need to take either side. Sadly, we are people that are prone to take a side, one or another. Some of us feel like we should side against the Arabs and other minorities because of their attitudes, and that's treachery. And we're so caught up in that we will be ready to side with white folk against them in a heartbeat, and I talked about how foolish that is. But there's the misconceptions that I want to address that were expressed by people in this chat. And I'm going to start with this misconception about Arabs and their castration of black men. Mutilation of anybody, disfigurement of anybody was illegal within the caliphate borders. And you didn't want to be brought to court for some sort of mutilation like this. Not within the boundaries of the caliphate, because judges had a lot of discretion in terms of how they could punish you, but it had to result in something that was just as embarrassing and just as permanent. That's what had to be the case. So, I mean, if you castrated somebody and castration of the castrator was considered to be too egregious, then that meant you probably just had to be executed or have your face marked up and scarred up. Something to make you just unwanted for marriage. It was not an accusation that you wanted to face. So within the caliphate borders, where Islamic law was intact, you didn't want to be in front of some judge about this. Walaikum salam, Robert Campbell. What's going on, Gail, at night? That's a pretty egregious charge. You didn't want to face that. Now, what did happen was that Arabs actually, I don't hear much about Arabs going and doing a whole lot of slave raiding itself. Doing a bit, yes. Doing a lot, no. Because they weren't going to go where it was really hot and humid. They couldn't stand up to that kind of climate. As much as we would think that Arabs could tolerate heat, they suck at tolerating humidity. So they weren't really going to go into the interior, into areas where it was truly humid and no way to cool off. Risk getting bitten by flies that could give them malaria. That's one reason that Arab armies did not go into Africa. not only did they not have to spread Islam, Islam spread on its own between black folks and between Southeast Asians. Once they were introduced to Muslims, they looked and said, okay, I can see what this is. And that's why their leadership took it on, and then the people followed. In Europe, it was different. The people, and in the Arabian Peninsula, it was different. The people had to accept and then push it back against authorities that were against it. But this notion that the Arab was some hook-nosed, semi-Caucasian mulatto that just hated black people upon sight and just couldn't wait to cut off the sack or the gonads of the African man, that's some BS. The ones that would generally engage in the slave trade did so one particular way, and that was the easiest way. They sailed across the Red Sea, went into the markets on the eastern coast, bought those that were already captives, usually captives of war, took them back with him either across the Sahara if they couldn't afford a boat, and they were willing to risk losing a lot of their so-called cargo, if you will, or if they had boats, then they would take the boats and sail back across the Red Sea. And then a market on the other side of the Red Sea, they could sell them for a hell of a lot more. But the mutilations that did occur, I'm not telling you they did not occur. I'm telling you that the mutilations that did occur occurred at the hands of unscrupulous Arabs who did not practice their religion. And they occurred outside of the boundaries of the caliphate so that the courts would not have jurisdiction. Then, if the victim of such an egregious act recovered well enough, they would then be taken to the markets on the other side of the Red Sea, and then they would be sold. And they could be sold for a lot more because wealthy men who had harems could buy these guys to look after the women of their harems. And usually this type of mutilation was performed before somebody hit puberty anyway. And this was done so that they wouldn't even have a memory of any sort of attraction to women. And so then what would be the case was that they fetch a higher price. And that's really the truth behind the mutilations. I'm not saying that you let an entire culture off. What I'm saying is you don't put an entire culture on the cross because of something that its most unscrupulous members and only they did. It was illegal to do something like that in the boundaries of the caliphate. In the Americas, it was not illegal to do something like that. I also found out something that really salute DN 3001. What's going on, man? I found out something a long time ago that really hurt me to find this out. What I found out was that in what's now the Sudan, in cities where these markets existed, moms, remember, Sudan was named after blackness itself. Moms would maybe take, if they had enough sons, they might take one. And this was told to me by West Africans of today who don't have anything against the Sudanese. But these West Africans were complaining about how hard the women of our race in general can be on the men. And they said something about how, historically speaking, and this was probably about the 17 and 1800s mostly, but these moms would take a son and they would remove his gonads. And then they would turn around, take him to the markets on the East African side of the Red Sea and sell them there. And the reason being was that these guys would either go into the service of somebody wealthy, or they might go and live around one of the two holiest sites. And they would live in it, in the vicinity of the precincts of either mosque, and take care of it. And they really just wouldn't have any concerns about anything in this life because they didn't have any libidos. So they literally have nothing to worry about other than the jobs. And so these ladies thought that it was a religious honor to do this, even though that's against the rules of the religion. I didn't know what to think when I heard about this. And I had a hard time believing the Sudanese women did this because the Sudanese men I know are such upstanding characters. I mean, Sudanese men are known for their honesty. That's how they are stereotyped. And even here in Saudi Arabia, the Gulf Arabs in general have a positive stereotypical image of the Sudanese outside of being lazy. But they still hire them to work though, because they're known for just not being willing to lie and cheat somebody. It's the opposite stereotype they have of Egyptians. They see Egyptians as a bunch of corrupt cheaters. They're hustlers, but they're still cheaters when they can in order to be lazy. When they can be such, they'll cheat, save themselves some work. Look at the Sudanese as being somewhat lazy, but they will be honest. Most of us would have never thought so. We would have thought they would have taken the positive stereotypes and attributed them to the Egyptians just because they're lighter skinned. But no, that's actually not the case in the Gulf. Later on, a British man who had been married, a British Muslim brother here, who was married to a Sudanese woman before he got married to an Indonesian woman and later to his Filipina bride, said that he found out that they can be talking about the women, that they can be very moody and they can be really hard on men. And I thought about this and thought back to what one of my students told me when we were doing an exercise on Proverbs, translating Proverbs between languages. And he told me, the Sudanese student of mine years ago told me that the women of his country have a proverb that says that all the real men died in some battle of the 1800s against the British. That up until today, they say this as a proverb, pretty much as a way to say the men today are not real men. And they also have a proverb, men and women alike have this proverb: it is the coward who lives to raise his children to adulthood. And they're talking about the fathers, not the mothers. They're saying that if a man has children and he lives to see his children as adults and see his grandkids, he's probably a coward. I'm pretty sure that did not start with the men, because we understand that living until the adulthood of your children does not make you a coward. They make it sound like if you really had principles, you would die for them before your kids reach a certain age. Who has an interest in making it a part of the local wisdom to encourage men to get themselves killed? This is a side of them I had never seen, because I don't see their women. I mean, I see them around, but I don't know them like that. Men and women here can get along well and work together, but we socialize with our own gender. So I was unaware of this. Then I thought back to something else I had seen. And this was actually 2 years ago. This week, 2 years ago. There was a type of, there was a festivity going on at the job that I was working at that point. Some of you saw that video in my shorts in which I'm tasting some brownies. It's in my shorts videos. And I'm tearing them brownies up, you hear me? The brownies were good. And now that's not from 2 years ago this week, but it was at that same job, that location. Well, 2 years ago this week, some of the students brought their children in, and some of the black Saudis brought their kids in, little children. So this little boy and this little girl got to playing. They're little kids. Nobody frowns upon that. They're just little kids. They were playing, and then when the boy's mom called them over, he shook his head because he wanted to keep playing. And then the girl's mom said, well, you can live with her if you bring us the money. Now, this is a joke told towards some little kids. The boy didn't even understand what they were talking about. The issue at hand is that when I have heard moms here tell little boys, you can live with her if you bring the money, they're talking about marriage. So they're not talking about something that is in and of itself sexually immoral, but they go straight to the dowry when they're talking about marriage. Forget compatibility, anything, no, dowry. What kind of money do you have so you can live with my daughter as her husband? What? I thought, well, that's crazy, because you know what white Saudis say about black women? They say they're not beautiful, but they're very loyal and they're not materialistic. So the non-black Saudi men have a different view, and I thought, hold up, damn. This is something that's not limited to only a few cultures amongst our race. It's not every culture. We have too many cultures for that. But this is something that is not limited to just a few cultures amongst our race, this being hard on their own men. Why am I telling you all about this in relation to what Dennis Spurling said? Well, I'm saying that to say that when I thought about, should I go back to these West Africans and then argue with them and say Sudanese women wouldn't do something like this to their own sons, I realized I don't have a leg to stand on. There was a part of me that wanted to argue in defense of them because there were no Sudanese women around to defend themselves. But then I had to realize, you know what? As much as I'd like to because they're not here, I don't have a leg to stand on, because what men who married them and what Sudanese men have told me hints at that. And many of the black Saudis here have origins in either Nigeria, where they're not so hard on the men. At least I don't think they are, because they're from northern Nigeria, or they are from Eastern Africa. And I know that in Eastern Africa, I don't hear this about Ethiopia per se, but I know that in Eastern Africa, they can be hard on their men. Somali men joke about how hard their women are on them. And Sudanese men have hinted to me about the type of scrutiny they face, but they didn't specify that it came from the women. Meanwhile, non-black Saudi men are sitting up and saying that black women are known for being loyal and not materialistic. They're just not that attractive. Well, damn, what that makes me think is, if you thought they were attractive and they knew it, would they be as loyal and as unmaterialistic? I had to put this in perspective. I didn't want to think of it that way, but I didn't have a choice. So now I can't sit up here and say, well, there's no way that the Sudanese moms did that. This information may be false. If you find out that that is not true, come back and let me know. But right now, I don't have anything to stand on to say that must be a lie. These West African men that told each other about this were having a conversation. They told an East African man and me about this. And what they were saying is that oftentimes when we get disrespected by non-black Muslims, it is not only because of their own biases, but there are also times when they see certain things that we don't do for ourselves that cause them to say this. No matter what the case was, the mutilations that we hear about occurred outside of the boundaries of the caliphate. The next point I want to point out is that when that Arabic speaking, well, when that, not Arabic speaking, but when that Arab lady on Dennis Spurling's video, when he played her video, she said something about Malcolm X voicing support for the cause of Palestine back in his day. Dennis Spurling was skeptical. I have to be honest and say I heard the same thing. Malcolm X actually did say that black Americans who know about the cause would sympathize, but he said this after he left the NOI, which is in the 60s. He did not say this in the 1950s. The other thing is, many people think that Malcolm did not know about the Arab slave trade, which actually predates Islam, and never really singled out a race for slavery. That's the other thing about the Arab slave trade people don't know. Even a lot of Arabs don't know that. A lot of them don't know that they didn't single black people out for slavery. Most slaves amongst Arabs were other Arabs, whatever race you want to call them back then at that time. That's the majority because they fought a lot of tribal wars. They weren't busy fighting against Africans or Europeans. Now, one thing that did change the color of slavery to a certain extent was in 1800, Russia annexed Crimea. I might have the year wrong, but I clearly remember seeing it written as 1800. Russia annexed Crimea. The Turks next door could no longer go into Crimea and raid for Slavic white folks to bring into the caliphate. Turks are not Slavs, they're just white in comparison to us. But at this point, this white slavery, so to speak, was not going to happen through that channel. The only avenue left was going to be for a few more years in southern Europe across the Mediterranean. Sometimes their ships got picked up. They were taken into northern Africa along what's called the Barbary Coast. And that was the gist of it. That's one of the reasons that the newly independent United States signed a peace treaty. I think they also sent naval ships to fight as well. So, to make a long story short, the usual closer land route of white captives into the Arabian Peninsula, not northern Africa anymore, but the Arabian Peninsula, was gone. So what that left was, since the Arabs of the peninsula now were no longer fighting each other, and if they were, they weren't fighting as non-Muslims, they were not able to be enslaved under Islamic law. So what that left was those who could be bought in foreign markets elsewhere, like Eastern Africa. And that wasn't going to last forever. Now, this might have been the time that the Arabs began to use the word slave to mean black. Maybe that's when. I do not exonerate Arabs for that. That's wrong. That's foul. I'm exonerating Arabs for singling out black people for slavery, not for linguistically getting it wrong. That's the point I'm trying to make clear. When somebody called into I think Malcolm was on somebody's radio, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody called and asked him, well, what about the Arab slave trade of Africans? And Malcolm actually addressed the issue. I read the transcript. Malcolm said that he wasn't excusing it, but he said the difference between the white folks and the Arabs is that the Arabs have been colonized by the European as well, and they've had to pay for their sins. They didn't get away with the enslavement that they did practice. They didn't get away with anything they've ever done wrong. And in that regard, I'd have to say that's probably true. The Arabs are not all uniform. They're not a monolith any more than black people are. But what I am saying is that the Arab world has not escaped consequences of the wrong things they've done. It's just like the Latin Americans. When they do wrong and they got some anti-black sentiment that's actually worse than what you see from the Arabs, because some of them will go out of their way to harm us. Arabs won't do that. Arabs are not looking to actively hurt black folks. And I'm going to come back to this point later. But you have some Latin Americans with our blood in them that will actively harm us, seek to push us out of certain places in North America that we built into which we did not ask to go. They will do stuff like that. But the funny thing is, nobody blames Catholicism for the Latin Americans' anti-blackness. However, they want to blame Islam for the Arabs' much less harmful, stupidly brainwashed version of anti-blackness that does not involve violence or even ill intent. Stupidity, yeah, I don't forgive them for that. They're not supposed to be that damn dumb. I'm going to come back to that point too, inshallah, later on. But Malcolm said, rightly so, that they did not get away with it. And even Latin Americans have not gotten away with their sins. They're suffering. I mean, hell, they had to run away and try to jump the border to get into the States. And now they're being kicked out and sent right the buck back to their countries from which they fled, even when they were running from gangs and cartels. So what? They're being flown back within 7 hours of arrest, according to one of the leading ICE agents. And we ain't doing nothing to help them, and we shouldn't. But that does show they're not getting away with this stuff. Whatever they've done wrong to each other, to us, to anyone else, they don't get away with that. Arabs have never gotten away with it either. Their world got colonized. And that's for the non-violent, ignorant form of anti-blackness that they have. They've been seriously punished. Malcolm stated that. Massa, who's about to come to us any day now and ask us to join him against these other groups, has still yet to pay for what he has done to everyone. Everybody. And let me ask you guys, if you can say this in the chat, what do you think it means if you do wrong again and again and again and again, and God does not punish you? What do you think that means? God sees you doing wrong, and you do it, and you get away with it again and again. Go ahead and say what you think it is. Go ahead and type in the chat what you think it might be. I'm just curious. What y'all think that might be? As a matter of fact, let me see something right quick. I might I don't plan on being up too late, but I went ahead and put the link in the chat. So I might go ahead and let some of y'all come up and tell us. All right, SGR 7th. You know what? Ding, 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 ding. Your two answers together. What's good, Just Bob Bowman? How's everything? Yep. Gale at Night, I can count on you. And yeah, a greater lump sum. The God of justice does not sleep. That's what you can look at later on. I want to give a shout out. I just saw this. Shout out to Malika for coming through on the Cash App. I appreciate that from the bottom of my black heart and from the depths of my black mind. It didn't make a notification sound. I'm not sure why, but I see it now. I opened up the phone and I saw it. Thank you so much. Now, what you see on the screen at this point, I don't know, a greater punishment down the road, shout out to Gale at Night, is exactly why you see what you're seeing, SGR 7th. If you were getting away with ignorant crap like this all your life, God doesn't like you as much as he may like other people that are doing it and getting the punishment. He's pretty much setting you up to where when you do go down into your grave, and then later, before you even get out the grave, your experience in the grave is going to just be a nightmare because you ain't paid for nothing. And then you wake up out the grave when it's all over for Judgment Day, and you experience the full 50,000 years that Judgment Day is going to last because everybody's getting judged one at a time. So you experience that, and then your name is called, and you ain't got a leg to stand on to defend yourself. You not only can't say you didn't do this stuff that's playing on a recording, but you didn't pay for none of it. You got away with all of it and nothing bad happened to you for it. That tells you what God himself must think of the entire system that white folk built and their white supremacists from their population, because they just keep getting away with stuff and they pay very, very, very little. A few earthquakes, a few fires, a few things, and the thing is that it's just enough to make them think, but then they decide, no, this isn't a punishment from God because I'm right. because I'm white. There you go. That's it right there. The Arab has to pay and suffer for what he's done wrong, for what he even thinks wrong. The Latin American has to suffer at the hands of white folk. The Arab has to suffer at the hands of white folk again and again and again. They don't learn their lesson, but they still are suffering for it. Shout out to Gaelic Knight for coming through in the Cash App. Again, from the bottom of my black heart and from the depths of my black mind, thank you. And you know what? I just might go ahead and stay longer doing this now because I can see the support. I can actually count this. You know, y'all, a lot of us, and I won't lie, I used to look and say, how do so many people do so much wrong and get away with it? God must hate people that worship him and have a conscience. I used to think that. And then someone pointed out to me, no. The same reason you're not doing the evil things they do, because you know that you're going to close your eyes one day for the last time and you're going to have to pay. And you're going to pay more because you got away with it. Well, that's what they're being set up for. And I thought, dang, this person's right. And you can ask any Muslim of any race about that. Ask a practicing Muslim that knows his religion. Not just one that inherited it from mom and dad and, you know, just goes to a few Eid prayers and done, but somebody that's serious. Best Muslim or not, just someone that's serious. Ask them, why do some people get away with everything they do? And they will tell you, if he's white and a convert, if he's white but he's Bosnian and his family's been Muslim for 700 years, if he's black from the motherland and they've been Muslim since the 800s, or if he's African American and he just became Muslim 20 years ago like me, or if he's, the point is, you can ask any one of them that's any kind of serious about the faith and they will tell you, if someone's doing wrong and they're not repenting and they're never facing a punishment, somebody well above all humanity hates him. That's what that means, and they'll tell you. Same with the Arab, he'll tell you that. Oh, you didn't pay for this. You didn't pay nothing for what you did in this life. Ooh, man, I hate to be you on Judgment Day. I hate to be you in the grave awaiting Judgment Day. Malcolm actually voiced support, like this lady said, but in a different time frame than which he said. But Malcolm also made a distinction in between the Arab and Massa. Massa ain't paid and he ain't learned nothing. And when he has enough of a sign to get him thinking, he always concludes, nah, it's not God. It's just nature. That's it. And even the religious ones never stop to think, you know, I shouldn't say never, but the religious ones generally don't stop to think, maybe it's because of what we're doing to everybody else, and then we gaslight them about the God that just taught us a lesson. Because when they do, the few of them that do say, you know, we probably need to start thinking about our sins, they quickly get disavowed. Before you know it, other pastors are convening as if to say, something wrong with you. So, in any case, that leads me to the next thing, the next point. Arabs are divided by generation, much like my own people are. And the young ones are idealistic and they actually do want an alliance. They don't really know how to go about it because they've never really had a true inter-ethnic alliance before in their history. Their parents don't really know. But the thing is that the current elders, the parents of these young idealistic ones that you see on these videos, the current elders are also split. The elders, they're my age. 20 years ago, they were the young idealistic ones. Just beginning to upload some videos using old cameras and the very first camera phones. They were the ones starting to do that. They were the ones starting to say in these conversations, yeah, you know what? And actually, you had a lot of online chat rooms and forums and stuff. They were the ones in the forums saying, no, we don't need to be crapping on them the way our parents do. That's not okay. Black folks built this country. They built the West in general. They put the things in it that are good, and they didn't oppress others in doing it unless they got orders while they were in uniform. And now those idealistic youth of decades ago are the current elders. They're the grandparents. Not the great grandparents per se, but they're the grandparents. They're the parents of the new young adults that you're seeing on video now. And the thing is that, so what I'm saying is that their community is no longer unanimous in wanting whiteness. That's not the case. So those days are over. However, because the current elders are split, we still have to sit back and wait a bit. That leads me to some other reasons, but that's one reason for not marching with them or marching for them. It's because they're making progress, but they still got a ways to go before they can really even be ready for an alliance. And they still have to stay on that path. They have to be willing to stay on the path they're on while we sit this one out. They can't come back later and say no alliance because back in the 2020s, y'all didn't stand with us. No, shuck that fit. We didn't need to. Because you see, your parents in the 2000s and the 2000s and the 2010s they were idealistic and young, and they were telling us, we don't deserve your help. I had a Chilean Arab tell me the same thing when I was taking courses shortly before I actually was officially in grad school. I had one of them tell me this. I said, man, what do you think should happen now? Do you think black folks should get in front of this and take some of this heat off of y'all? Or you think we should sit back? And he said, definitely sit back, because the Arabs right now always imagine themselves as being everybody else's savior, riding in on a horse, swinging a sword, and then saying, y'all come follow me, I'm your leader. No. And I'm like, well, y'all definitely ain't the leaders. And he said to me, I know. Because you see, my mom is Chilean, my dad's an Arab. If a Chilean man had tried to marry an Arab woman, I know how the Arabs would have acted. If my mom was a dark Latin American and she wasn't white, I know how Arabs would have acted. So we already don't have a fair mindset when it comes to just how equal people are. And of course, I always say it goes beyond marriage, but what he was getting at was the inequality of the marriage arrangement or order and how they would have reacted. And so he was pretty much saying, we don't act like anyone's our equal. You can take religion out of it and the Arab will still act like that because he's Arab. How is this Arab woman going to marry a Chilean man? Oh, well, he's a white Chilean. Maybe that'll work. Okay. Wait a minute. How is this Arab woman going to marry this non-Arab man and he ain't even white? Oh, no. So he was telling me this back then. Now he's part of that elder generation. He knows what it is, but he also still has to kind of contend with some of the others that just got in from the old world or from the old countries. And they haven't quite woken up yet, even though they don't want to harm us. They don't want that. They don't wish ill on us, but they're just not ready to understand that American dream is a nightmare, and they're not ready to give that up. And this leads me to the next reason. It is not because they would hurt us as a people. In general, Arabs are classes. They would treat a Nepali, an Indian, a Bengali, or a Filipino worse than they would treat black folks, whether it's from the Americas or from North America and the UK or from the continent. They just generally are classist, more so even in their races. That's the truth. Now, they're colorist when it comes down to marriage. That is true when it comes to that. But for the most part, in terms of just how they treat you, no, if you're black and you just walking up and down these streets here on your way to work, you can go a long time, nobody do a damn thing to you. But if you're from Bangladesh, every so often kids might throw something at you. They probably get the worst treatment. I've had kids that would say or do things to me they wouldn't do to somebody that was directly from Africa. Seen that happen. And I know where they got it from. So there is that. And a lot of us are not aware that that's how that works in the Gulf. Lebanon, Lebanon's a little different. In Lebanon, they'll treat you bad because you're black or because you're poor. Either one is just as bad as the other. And I'm not saying that classism is okay. I'm simply saying that most Arabs are not out to hurt us as a race. They don't want to do something bad to us. They're not even looking at us as convenient punching bags for their frustrations. The issue and the real reason is what I stated before. They would not stick their necks out for us the same way. They probably don't even know how to do that. But they still look for us to do more for them than they would do for us, even physically. They're not really a culture of analytical thinkers yet. They're changing in this regard. The youth are changing. The ones that are my age are changing. And the youth are changing. But as a cultural block of cultures, if you will, as a linguistic ethnicity, they're not yet really a culture of analytical thinkers. The ones that live in the West tend to be a bit more analytical and critical in the thinking. The ones exposed to better educations, you could say, do tend to be. But as a whole, when you factor in all of them that live in the West and the ones that live back in Arabic-speaking nations, they're not analytical thinkers. They're not. They just don't think deeply before they talk. Sometimes they got PhDs and they don't. So they're not used to thinking as strategically as we are. And so you probably would not really want that kind of alliance, and they would probably find it frustrating because of the deep thought into which we go. Now, we can go too far off and we can come up with some really crazy conspiracy theories, much like they do. I mean, we have blackanoia. We really do have that. That's a true thing amongst us. It doesn't come from nowhere, but we exaggerate it. However, we are analytical thinkers. They're still getting to this point. And that's part of why it is that they would sit up and actually expect us to stick our necks out for them more so than they would ever stick their necks out for us. Some of you would say, well, do you really think that we're just that stupid? No, they're not thinking at all when they take some of these things for granted. I know, I teach them. I get an idea as to how they view education and mental and intellectual development. And for the most part, your average Arabic speaker in many of these countries is very hospitable, and they do generally mean well for other people. But the issue at hand, the thing that is stopping them from being allies, is that they really don't want to use their brains too much. I mean, they almost act like it would just wear them out if they did. You know the schedules that they have? I mean, you know how you're productive because you do things in the morning. They don't have that. They may have to wake up early in the morning, but they don't make it a habit to try to be early birds so that they can be productive. That's not their way. They just don't do it. They don't even like to go to bed early. They look down on that. Imagine you're in your 50s and you still are childish enough to look down on those who go to bed early. But the recommendation, according to our religion, is to go to bed early after the last prayer. That's the recommendation. They act like, I actually told some of my students, listen, back when I was teaching 8 o'clock classes, I told some of them, listen, you know class starts at 8, but doctor, the traffic, okay, fuck the shuck up. Because we're in the 5th week of the semester having this conversation, and you guys are still walking in at 8:20, and later you ask me about your attendance. Dummy, you missed the first hour. Congratulations, you're on time for the second hour, but not the first. Go to bed early. Run your errands early. And some of them said, but doctor, nobody does anything before Isha prayer. And Isha prayer is the one that's it's usually about an hour and a half after the sun goes down. Now in the winter, that's still kind of early. But everything for them is after that prayer. That's when they start everything. Lessons errands, all this stuff. And you're looking at them like, don't you have to wake up in the morning? They wake up, they pray, they go back to sleep, they oversleep habitually, get stuck in traffic, raise their blood pressure, cuss everybody out in traffic because they dumbasses are late. Because going to bed early was too much for them. Well, doctor, nobody even calls my phone until after the Isha prayer. Put your phone in airplane mode. Well, then they'll never reach me. They'll learn to call you before that, or you don't need them in your life. But what you're not going to do is walk up in this class late every day and then ask me, doctor, mark me present. No, fuck you. Get out of my face. You say something about it, I mark you absent for both hours. I'm sick of this. That's how I had to deal with them. And that's the good class I taught at my current with my current employer. I'm now I don't get to start classes until 12. And some of them are still walking in late. And got excuses. And I'm sitting up thinking, nigga, you ain't got a job. And I know because I asked which one of you has to go to work. Only one of them started up a business. And I don't let him off the hook. I told him you can handle your business when you're not in class with me. Class is from 12 until 4. If you were here at 12, I'll mark you present for all of them. If you stay till 4. Outside of that, you need to still get plenty of time to study because your spelling sucks, even though you're a fluent speaker almost. And then you can handle your business. But doctor, I can't let the business fail. I didn't tell you to start a business when you were my student. You chose to do that on your own. That's how you got to be with him. Now, if an entire cultural block of people is this way, not malicious, not meaning any harm, but simply always with the excuses, how can you expect them to be good allies even if that's what they intend to be? You can't. They're not going to be. With the best of intentions, they're simply not organized enough yet. We're still struggling with that, but we're struggling. They're not even struggling to be organized because they're not making the mental connection in between my shit is messy and I don't organize. Them two don't go together for them. They're still too busy trying to prove to each other that they're real Arabs by staying up late at night and still somehow being able to get up early the next day. You know the corporate Negro in our culture, in our population. You know what I'm talking about. We all know somebody. He's somebody that's just a corporate Negro. Sounds white, has white talking points. He goes out with his colleagues, goes out after work, late, drinking, gets shit-faced drunk. And whoever tries to go to bed early, everybody else makes fun of him. They finally leave the bar at 2, and then at 6 o'clock, they got to all be up and dressed and neat and clean with no morning breath or alcohol breath or a hangover and go to work the next day. Yeah, the corporate Negro. And he goes right along with them white folk in that. The culture he's following is led by 3% of the population that, medically speaking, just doesn't need more than 4 hours of sleep. About 3% of people don't need it. Most of us need 8, and that's normal. 3% that don't need it, they have an advantage, and they lead this culture because they're too stupid to understand that they're abnormal. They can sleep 4 hours, they're up, that's it, they're not going to need to sleep again until the next night, but they don't understand that they're abnormal. Most people need 8 hours, they're just lucky. So then they're trying to make everybody else feel like losers, and white folk buy into this stuff, and you got a bunch of corporate Negroes that just follow white folks, so they buy into it. The Arabs the same way. Instead of stopping and thinking, well, damn, 8 hours of sleep is normal. No, they just run themselves intellectually, physically, everything. Just burn a candle at both ends and then crash. That's who they are. They're better than what they used to be. That's a good thing. But they still got to make more progress in just basic analytical or critical thinking as a group before we could stick our necks out for them and expect anything worthwhile in exchange and in return. Why the hell you think they bought into this notion of integrating into whiteness? Where do you think they got that from? not being critical thinkers, not being analytical thinkers. So whatever you show them on TV goes deep into their subconscious and they don't even question it. We analyze what we watch on TV or in a movie. They don't. You show us white folk always being the heroes, black folks being the criminals, like what happened in the 80s movies. And the black hero always having to die for the white hero. You show us that enough times, we start to say, yeah, there's a pattern here. We can see it. You think they sit up and think about that? No. They didn't pick up on a pattern until every Arab was a terrorist. Or he was about to become one because he was rightfully angry. And they just bought it. You tell them, hey, you know we all have been brainwashed, but we're not dumb enough to be brainwashed. The person who thinks he's immune to brainwashing is the main candidate for brainwashing. Just 10 years ago they were like that. One of them was even sitting up and saying, it was on the lady on Dennis Spurling's video. She said back in 2014, when Mike Brown got shot in Ferguson by Darren Wilson, she said something like we were online in support of y'all with the tweets. They really. It's not even malice. When they say stuff like that, that's not even always malice. Some of them are just slow enough to sit there and think that their tweets and their chants are just as valuable as us sticking our necks out and fighting cops on their behalf. That's what they're thinking. That's the issue here. And I'm looking up and I'm saying, no, I know that you're not saying this out of malice, but the problem is that the issue is this. There's a proverb that actually, I know it exists in India, and it's not only in India that this exists. This proverb exists in more than one language. But the proverb says that a stupid friend will harm you worse than an intelligent enemy. And right now, they don't even have the excuse of being the stupid friend. They're not born this way. It's a part, it's something in their custom. Just like we used there was a time when we really didn't like to get into too much thinking and especially analytical thinking, and especially in front of our women. Because nobody wanted to be a nerd. It was okay if you're a woman, you could be smart, but no black man wanted to be a nerd in front of black women. So don't get to thinking and being smart, being intelligent. Don't do none of that. They don't even have this pressure from their women. They just have it in their custom to not analytically think. That's the proof. KROOF. Proof. That's the proof. If we were to ally ourselves with them, maybe not in another 15 years, but if we were to do this right now, they're still at a stage where they would make a much better ally now if we were allies. They'd be much better allies now than they would have been a decade ago. Certainly 2 decades ago. But they're still at a stage where they would be not even the stupid friend. Somebody really stupid has an excuse. They would have been the intentionally stupid friend. Just because they'd be afraid to be smart. Making the plans of your intelligent enemy that much more successful. That's why you can't march for them. It's not because they're enemies. I keep telling you, no, they're not really enemies. They're not enemies. They're like a neutral party that's numb, desensitized, a little bit high, not fully awake, not all the way mentally there. And their attention spans are much worse than ours. My wife is starting to tell me she's getting headaches. And I asked her, do these headaches get worse around me? And she said to me, actually, yeah. I didn't think about that, but yeah, they do. What are you doing? And I had to tell her, I know what it is. I saw it happen to some other people before. The headaches get worse around me because you're around these students and they're dim-witted and they're happy to be dim-witted. It's a part, they consider that a part and parcel of who they are. The right thing to do is be dim-witted. That's who they are. And you're around them anywhere from 4 to 8 hours every day. You get around me and I won't let you become dim-witted like them. I stay on you. I say, hey, focus. I was telling you something. Focus. Don't change the subject like that. Focus. Keep your attention span long. I'm doing this and you're becoming influenced by them. And I won't let you. That's why you get these headaches and they're worse around me. Your brain is shutting down. It's dumbing down from exposure to them. And I won't let you, I won't let it go too far. She said, well, how did you realize all of that? Because I saw it happen to some other people. Yeah, it's bad, y'all. It sucks. But that's what you're dealing with here. All the same potential as anybody else. All of it. But they just won't utilize it. They just won't. And bless their hearts, they are trying, especially the youth. The youth really are trying to make an effort, but they don't have the guidance of their parents. That's the other sad fact. And so that's what I wanted you guys to understand is the reason that you can't march for them. If you're going to support them, you do it in a way that is secretive, behind the scenes, and even they don't know you're doing it. That's how you would do it if you really just have to support them because what somebody else is doing to them is wrong. That's the best way because frankly, you get out there and they see you support them, they'll run behind you. What I mean is when the enemy shows up, they'll duck behind you. They're coming. Okay, all right, I heard you the first time. Well, hand me the bat. Oh, I left it at home. Dumbass, I told you not to leave a bat at home when we go out anywhere. These are people that walk into my classroom routinely doing stupid shit. I can tell them 5 weeks in advance, listen, an exam is going to be this day. You need your laptops fully charged. You need working headphones for the listening portion of the test. You know some dumbass will still walk in with someone else's laptop. He doesn't know the password for it. He can't use his phone, and now he's just stuck. You know this happens every damn time. One student came in yesterday to take the reading and listening test. His stupid ass forgot his headphones. He was like, "Oh, I forgot." Well, nigga, now you just can't take the listening test. Well, can I play it? Can I just play it on my speaker? Hell no, you disturb everybody else. Well, I forgot my headphones. Yeah, I know, nigga. You just told me that. But that's your stupid ass. You forgot your headphones. I told you weeks in advance. Then I told you again Sunday and then Monday, and you show up Wednesday with no headphones. You're the idiot, not me. Just don't take it. You fail. I'm looking at them like, what the hell, man? And they do this daily. I told my students, do not come to class without a way to take notes. And not your phone either. And what do these niggas come in the next day with? A phone. No pen, no paper, no laptop, no tablet, just phone. I'm like, oh great. That little itty bitty ass phone screen and the itty bitty ass keyboard and you think you're being effective. Here, dumbass, here's some paper. Well, I don't have a pen. Okay, see, I told you not to come without a pen either. And this is who they are when they're middle class, coming from educated and successful parents. You talk about class compression amongst our people. Bro, look at it amongst them. And they will do this. I mean, you go to a hood middle school and you'll see some black students that come in like that. No pen, no paper, no preparation. They don't even bring their brain to school. But you got to go in the States, man, you got to go to a hood middle school for that to be the case. Here, you can go to a nice private university and you will see students like that, still that way. Do you really think that you're going to turn around and benefit from an alliance right now? You could. It's possible if they change what they're doing and how they think about learning right now, but they're not. They're just not going to do that. Not yet. They're trying, but they're not doing it fast enough. That's what I'm getting at. The youth are trying, but they don't have the guidance of their parents, and they're not doing enough. They're not doing it quickly enough. And Secrets is right. But these are not the Arabs that live with you in the U.S. The ones that live with you in the U.S. are not even the same as the ones I'm over here with. But nonetheless, you're still going to see that they just, you think of them as being together, so you're going to expect too much from them anyway. And they're going to turn around and just be dim-witted if it's not in their field. Like if their field is engineering, you're going to see them be dim-witted. You know how you can tell? Ask them to teach you Arabic. Now they can speak it, but when it's time to explain it to you, now they'll sit up and tell you, especially if you're Muslim, they'll tell you that it's important for you to learn Arabic. Ask them to teach you, and that's their native language. All of a sudden, they can speak it, but they can't explain it. Did you know that they did not write down the rules for their own language? They had the rules, but they could never explain it. It took a non-Arab named Sipaway a long time ago to write down the rules of the Arabic language, because he grew up using one language in his house with his parents and then used Arabic outside the house with everybody else. So that's how he was able to compare and contrast Arabic to other languages. And so he started thinking, okay, this is a noun, this is a verb, this is an adjective, this is a conjunction. And so he was able to write down the rules for Arabs to follow. He was the Arab grammarian because he wasn't Arab. Well, he was the Arabic grammarian because he was not an Arab. They never wrote the rules down for their language. The rules were just understood, but never explained, never articulated, let alone written down. What's going on, Chaos Rain? What's happening? You know what, Jay Smart? My daughter told me the same thing was going on. That not only my youngest daughter told me about a school to which she's attending, and she said that the Palestinians that are at that school are not only sort of standoffish or just neglectful of everybody else, but that they're even neglectful of Palestinians that are not from the same village as them. The kicker is that village doesn't exist anymore. So you got these little Palestinian kids, little kids, who probably don't know much about history at all, but they know that mommy and daddy are from this village. What they don't know is the village is gone. That's what they don't understand. So yeah, Jay Smart, that's exactly what it is. Now maybe we don't really think much about English, but we can speak it. However, do we go around telling people that don't even live in an English-speaking country, it's important for you to learn how to speak English? We might say that it's important for certain jobs if they want those jobs. But do we do that and then turn around and we can't explain it to them? Yeah. Actually, a lot of native English speakers have a hard time explaining English, but we don't go around telling people in other countries, well, we black folks don't go around telling people in other countries that it's important for them to learn to speak English for spiritual and intellectual reasons. We don't do that. So, it is very true that when you start to explain English to them, talking about subject-verb agreement, you have to tell them some of the same things 7 times. I kid you not. I have actually I've sat up and told the classes certain things like, listen, that's the code that you need to be able to log in this site to take this test. It's this code right here. And then somebody raises his hand and say, it's asking me for a password. Dumbass, I just told everybody what the code is. Again? No, I'm not telling you again. I hope you fail. Why? Why are you so mean? No, why are you so stupid? Why are you retarded? I just said it. You're dealing with this at a university level. Now, again, I'm talking about the Gulf. That's different. But keep in mind that even the ones who live amongst you in the States are not the most analytical of thinkers. What are you going to do when you start trying to strategize and they start saying, listen, you're talking too much and thinking too much and you're overthinking this. Don't make it complicated. I kid you not. They will take something that is difficult and tell you not to make it so complicated. You thought our people were bad? Yeah, try to get into a political alliance with them. As a matter of fact, you know what? If you want to appreciate being who we are a little bit more, go ahead and take that political alliance, or just discuss it with them. Don't really stick your neck out, but just meet with them to discuss strategy. Just do that. Watch. Mark my mother cuss word words. See what happens. See what's going down. Let me phrase it like that. Just go ahead and start discussing strategy with them and watch what happens. You're making it complicated. No, I'm not. I know these people. We've been fighting them for 400 to 500 years. You just got here. Then you'll really appreciate us. You guys have been very patient with me, and I really appreciate that. To answer your question, yeah, J Smart, university level here in the Gulf is pretty bad. Dragon Master Dwayne, we are discussing part 2 of why it is that we can't really get out there and march for and with Arabs. It's not hatred. It's not even that they mean us any real harm. That's not the reason. It's actually something much deeper than that, much worse. Worse for them, I should say. And to answer this question, you know what, Abdullah, I'll tell you this. Assalamu alaikum to you and shout out. No, I've never seen a masjid run by them, and I'm going to tell you why I never saw that. No masjid has ever been run by them that I saw and mostly I saw it in Atlanta. I saw a masajid in Atlanta. I didn't see too many in my hometown, but I never saw them run a masjid by themselves, because all of them will act like, because they speak the language, they know the religion. And those are two different things. All of them do. So if it's a masjid that's run by them per se, then the janitor, because he's an Arab, thinks that he's an expert in the religion since he can read Arabic and understand Arabic. And then the heart surgeon thinks that he's the scholar of the religion because he's a heart surgeon and he's an Arab. And then you've got, it's a big mess. And meanwhile, you can make the two Arabs fight with each other by simply asking a question. And they're going to start fighting. I knew the official story about 9/11 was impossible. 19 Arabs pulled off something like that. You can't get two of them to agree on the meaning of a word in Arabic. How you going to get 19 of them to agree on a way to get around some of the most sophisticated airport security at that time? And they were Arab. But I mean, before that particular day, Arabs knew they had to be careful at airports. They used to joke about it. Now all of a sudden you're going to tell me 19 of them at one time get around all this security. No. I lived with them before that point. I was living with several Arabs when this happened. I was living with a Palestinian, a Jordanian, his brother-in-law, a Qatari, an Egyptian sometimes, and then a South American Peruvian guy, non-Arab. He was the only atheist in the house. Man, the Arabs got into arguments, and I didn't understand most of it, but they would be arguing because I would ask questions, and they would give two different answers and get into an argument. I'm like, no, never mind. You know what? let me go ask the Ethiopians. I'll go back to trying to learn their language because y'all suck. You know, Jay Small, as far as the Arabs thinking that Egypt belongs to them, number one, Egyptians think everything belongs to them. That's Egyptians. And Arabs tend to think that anywhere where they speak Arabic belongs to them. Now, as far as the Arabness of the Palestinians, they do have ancient Middle Eastern blood in their DNA. They do have that according to DNA test. So they're more authentic to that land than the Ashkenazis that claim to have been run out of there by the Romans and then came back. The ones that got ran out by the Romans were not the Ashkenazis who went back after World War II, or the Khazar that went back after World War II. The Ashkenazi and the Khazar are imposters. Not imposters because they can't be of the faith. If they choose the faith, they're of that faith. But they're imposters because they say that they're such by blood. Those are not the Hebrews. Palestinians actually do have ancient DNA strands coming from that region. So they're like an admixture. I wouldn't consider them to be fakers, but I don't know at what point they started to actually speak Arabic. I'm not sure. To be an Arab literally just means to be an Arabic speaker, because Arabs are not a race. They're like Latin Americans. They're a language group for the most part. But Dennis Spurling didn't quite get that part right. What I can tell you, and this is relevant to this, at the time that they love to say that ancient Kemet was black. That's true. But then they love to sit up and say it was black up until the Arabs invaded in the 600s, shortly after the death of Muhammad, peace and prayers be to him. That's not true either. Ancient Kemet was black, but then you had the Hyksos invasion, I think a Roman invasion, and certainly a Greek invasion later on. So you had these waves of invasions coming through. They started off as being Nubians that moved up, and also Amazigh that moved east. They started off as being from these two black groups. However, and the time they started building the pyramids was not too long after the Sahara went from being green with some lakes to being a desert and just drying up. So since the Nile remained a constant source of water, that's why people settled in that region. They did start off as black. They probably had multiple complexions because Egypt is outside of the tropics. So they got 4 seasons. But at the time that the Muslim army went into Egypt, they were already mixed. The Egyptians did not see themselves as a black people at that point, but they did see themselves as a mixed population that was being saved from a white population by a population of black Arabs from the peninsula. That was the way they viewed it. That's how they saw it. That was why this bishop named Mukalkas, when he met one of the army leaders that was driving out the Byzantines, he sat up and said, bring somebody else that to talk to me, because if he raises his voice, I'll be afraid. And the other Muslims that were with this general said to Mukalkas, listen, he comes from a tribe of men that are blacker than him. And if you're afraid of him, then you'd be terrified of them. But he's the leader, and he's the one you need to talk to. So get over it, in a nutshell. So, yeah, Egypt started off as a black civilization. By the time that they were actually liberated from the Byzantines, Europeans who were trying to force the Trinity on them, and they were Unitarian Christians. By that time, they didn't see themselves as black, but they saw the Arabs as black. So they were liberated by some blacker people from some whiter people. That was how they saw it back then. So that does kind of factor in. Dennis Spurling didn't really undermine that whole idea, that this misconception that many of us have, because we black folks have a lot of misconceptions about our own history. Ancient Kemet was not this magnificent, glorious civilization that never got conquered until the Arabs came through. I mean, if they're really that advanced all the way up until the Arabs come through, then how does an army of Arabs that had no experience with that type of warfare all of a sudden come through and just conquer? That's not possible. But the thing was that most of the Egyptians themselves were not. I mean, if that had been the case, most Egyptians would have been against that, against the Muslim army. Most of the Egyptians were actually not against the Muslim army, because the reason that the army was even sent in was because of a letter that was written to Omar, who was the Khalifa at that time, asking for this liberation from the Byzantines. That's why they went in. This part is always being left out by the super pro-black so-called, or super pro-whack, so-called pro-black fake Afrocentrist. That part's left out. Egypt had already been invaded by non-black folks. John Henry Clark would have told you that. If he had talked about it in depth, he would have mentioned that, because he talks about these invasions and they go back long before Muhammad. Peace be to him. As far as the Arabic Greek syllabary, I don't know about it being derived from Ethiopian and Amharic. I know that the Amharic and Arabic languages are related because they're both Semitic languages. That I do know. So Amharic comes from an older language called Gez. Gez is actually quite similar to Arabic, but it's not used anymore except by the Ethiopian Orthodox clergy. Arabic is still preserved in an older form, though the regular run-of-the-mill Arabs don't speak it. Now, I know, because when I use that kind of Arabic with them, they don't always understand. And the ones who do understand are considered to be nerds by the others. It's fucked. But yeah, the anti-intellectualism, it runs strong in these folks. Now, I do know that the Greek alphabet was influenced by the Phoenician alphabet. That I do know. But I don't know much about the Phoenician language, and I don't even know if it was a Semitic language or not. I'd have to look it up. I would have to ask probably ChatGPT how closely ancient classical Greek was related to the Phoenician language. I'm not sure. Now, were the Phoenicians a black people? Well, that's what other people said about them. So, I'd have to assume that they are until somebody else can come with some DNA evidence that they weren't. So, the Arabs are not this group that's just lying in wait, salivating at the mouth until they can sink their fangs in our backs and in our necks. It's not like that. It's not how they are. Honestly, I think we have more to worry about from Latin Americans than we do from Arabs. Your average Arab. I think so. I've had Arabs tell me, those who have spent time in the United States, I've had some of them say to me before that when they were in the States and maybe they witnessed a crime, some of them have said, yeah, I saw this man, black man, go into here, he pulled a gun and robbed the place, but he said, I'm just hungry, or I'm just trying to pay my light bill, hurry up and give me the money, I'd rather not hurt, stuff like that. They've said that they could tell that when they did witness a crime and it was a black person committing it, that it had to do with hunger and financial strife and poverty. That in general, that's what they could see. I had one set of twins once that told me that when they were in Los Angeles one time and these new shoes came out, and they were waiting at the store for a chance to buy these shoes. And so the shoe store put up a booth outside of the store just for those shoes. And that this brother in front of them in line pulled a gun and just robbed all the shoes, and that he actually fired some shots in the air and at like some bricks, a pile of bricks or something, to scare everybody, and then he took as many boxes as he could grab, and then he ran off. That was the only time they told me about a crime that one of our race committed without saying that it had something to do with, mostly it was about poverty and financial strife. The only time. That was it. They're not sitting up waiting to just jump on us. Now, they've had some racists amongst them that have tried to lie on us on social media. I know because I've seen some of the posts. I saw them in 2020. And one of them, one guy that was living in the city that I was living in at that time, actually he sent the message to me with the video. He said, "Is this true?" And it was a white guy that was he was getting the snot beat out of him by a crowd of black folks. And the writing underneath said, "A crowd of savage blacks." It was written in Arabic. The caption underneath said, "A crowd of savage blacks beats this white man to death because they want to steal." I checked with some people that knew the footage. I asked some people that might know. And finally, a Bosnian brother, white Bosnian guy, Muslim by heritage, sent a message back to me. He said, "I found the full video here. He was the one waving the sword. He charged into the crowd. They beat his ass. They didn't kill him. And he got up and ran." Here's the full footage. I sent that back to my friend over here, and I said it was not true what the caption said. Here's the full footage. My friend said to me, "Thank you for sending that. I appreciate that. I'm going to send it back to the guy that sent it to me." I started checking, and my wife checked too. This is back in 2020. I was on YouTube at the time. I was still black heart at that point. And we saw that like 3 people had written some racist posts in Arabic, and other Arabs were in there just ripping their asses up. Most of it was on Twitter, nowadays X. Some was probably on Instagram or something, but most was on Twitter. And my wife could read the post better than I could because they were in slang and stuff. And I said, "Damn, that's what they think." And my wife said, "Hell no," because everybody else is ripping these fools up. Everybody else in the comments is saying, "You're a damn racist. Screw you. We don't need you in this country. Go live in Israel somewhere where your kind are normal." That was Arabs dissing Arabs. They're not sitting up here waiting to to sink their teeth into us because they just hate us. That's not it. That's not the reason to not get into an alliance with them. I don't want to see us make the right decision for the wrong reason. That's all. It is very true that if they think that they can win by being accepted by the majority, the establishment, the ones in the West will probably take that to a certain extent. That part I probably do think would be the case. But even then, they wouldn't be looking for a way to hurt us. They would just be willing to drop the alliance, per se, and just say, "Okay, look, we're moving on, and you need to grow up, and you need to get over it." They're more likely to do that until they get the next nigga wake-up call. They have their own interests, and understandably they do. I want you to understand what these differences are. They're concerned, even when they're not Palestinian, they're concerned about Palestine. We don't blame them for that. And that's part of why I say, even if the current administration starts paying us reparations and strengthens our HBCUs and this sort of thing, take that. But don't let it come with strings attached. And one of the reasons I said that is because it's going to be in his interest to come to us black folks and say, I gave you your reparations and I didn't tell you to get over it. And I'm a friend to the blacks. And I told Bill Carson to tell you guys in Africa that I'm not racist. And so now I need you guys' help. I want to turn Gaza into beachfront property. Very nice beachfront property. The project's going to be huge. And I'd like for you guys to help me to clear the place out and evict the current tenants. It's going to be in his interest to come and tell us this. And our answer even to him should be, hell no. Absolutely not. We're not going to participate in an oppression like that. There are many places where you could go to build your next investment property, sir. That's not one of them. Don't ask us to help you with that kind of thing, because they may have called us a few names, but there's a reason you're paying us reparation. And your ancestors didn't even participate in this stuff. Mr. Drumpf, that's his grandfather's last name, actually. Your ancestors didn't even participate in this. But understand that we're not going to turn around by the same token and help those whom you have joined in doing this to somebody else. We're not doing that. No, Jay Smart, what he was talking about, no, that wasn't the case. Yeah, Chaos Rain, feel free to go ahead and drop the link. I don't mind. But Jay Smart, to answer your question about this, what was the case, and there is a link between the Kaaba and Ethiopia. One, unfortunately, it's not one to be proud of. And it's not between Kaaba and all of Africa, but specifically between it and Ethiopia. There was a ruler that, an Ethiopian ruler that had control of Yemen at the time of the birth of Muhammad. Peace be to him. He had control not of the Hijaz region, but just Yemen. However, what he wanted was to Christianize the Arabs in general. And so, because the Arabs were pagans and they were making this pilgrimage to the Kaaba to worship the idols there, not to perform the Hajj that we now know, they were performing for idols, about 360 of them. He was, of course, offended by the idol worship. However, he amassed some elephants, and he was going to go to the Kaaba to dismantle it. And this particular ruler, I think his name was Abraha, made it to, I think he made it to the outskirts of what's now Mecca. Well, it was still Mecca. It was Mecca back then, but I think he made it to what was then the outskirts. And the history has it that Muhammad's grandfather actually met with him and said to him, "Listen, what about my livestock?" Something like that. It had to do with some property that he owned. And Abraha said through the interpreter, "I would have thought that you would have cared more about the Kaaba than your livestock." And Muhammad's grandfather told Abraha, "The Lord of the Kaaba is sufficient to protect the Kaaba." So that means that they had a vague memory of the Kaaba being built for the worship of one God before the idols. But they were still worshiping idols. He said, "As for the sheep, I'm the one as for the sheep, I'm the one that's in control of them. I'm the owner of them. I'm responsible for them. So, of course, I'm looking out for them." So, since that was the case, that was the one connection where, Abdul Muttalib. Thank you so much, Abdullah bin Bobby. Abdul Muttalib met with Abraha and talked to a translator. Now, later on, this might have been the next day, but this was shortly after, Abraha and his men began to direct the elephants towards the Kaaba. All of the elephants refused to move. They could convince them to walk in any direction except towards the Kaaba. It was like a miracle, but they decided to ignore it. So they kept on pressing. And the elephants wouldn't move. And that was when birds came and just dropped a bunch of rocks on them. And the rocks were hitting them in the head, knocking them the uck out. Later on, as we get towards Judgment Day, one of the signs of Judgment Day is going to be that a man from Ethiopia will move into the Hijaz and he will dismantle the Kaaba brick by brick. There will be nobody left to protect it for whatever reason. That's why he's going to dismantle it brick by brick. It means he'll be able to do it at his leisure. And so that's the relationship between, but the real Kaaba is not somewhere else, just to be fair. It's not somewhere else, not in Mecca. That part's not the case. Dr. Ben might have been talking about that. Now, if you talk about Dr. Yusuf bin Yochanan, he died as a Muslim later on. He took a Shahada. Shortly after that, he became senile and was in old folks' care, and then he passed away, and he was given a Shahada. But he was still going to the Friday prayer even when he developed senility. Chaos Reign, if you wanted to go and drop that link in, then we can do like what Gail and Knight was saying. If you wanted to drop that link, you can follow the link to the stream and put it into the private chat, and then I would paste it before I sign off of here. Because I'm getting tired now. We've been going an hour and a half. And not only that, but I got 2 Cash Apps. Shouts out to Malika and to Gail at night. But 2 Cash Apps, that's it. So yeah, I'm running out of steam and it's time to turn in. And thank you too from the bottom of my black heart. All right, let's see here. Okay, all right. Yes, thank you for reminding me, Abdullah. I need to put this part here. There's another relationship between Ethiopia and the history of Islam in general, J. Smart. And that is that, number one, the first hijrah was performed to Abyssinia because of the king being just and fair. And Muhammad knew about this and told the companions. And they went and they did, in fact, find refuge. And yes, there was a hadith. Now, I've heard some people say that it wasn't true, or that it's a weak narration. I've heard some say that. But nonetheless, the scholars and the leaders and lay people alike, even when they don't agree with each other on other stuff, they've pretty much been unanimous about this. They won't start a fight with the Ethiopians. Ethiopians have to start a fight with the Muslims. And now that's a kind of a no-brainer because more than half of the population of Ethiopia is Muslim. Some of the statistics say that it's half and half, but for the most part, no, it's not half and half. It's believed to be just over half that are actually Muslim. All right, so folks, I've got the link now to Chaos Reign. So I'm going to post this here in comments for you knuckleheads. And let me make sure it goes through. Okay, all right, so the last link I put up was a link to go to Chaos Reigns. I guess this is live. And you're welcome for the information, Jay Smart. Glad to do it. And Gail at night, thank you for reminding me of this way, the way to do this. I appreciate that. No, Jay Smart, most of the Ethiopians are not Hebrew. There was a time that there were some. That might have been true at one point. But most of the Ethiopians actually now are Muslim or Christian. A lot of the Ethiopian Jews were airlifted to Israel in the 1980s. And by that point, they were a minority. But I remember seeing footage of that because when they were airlifted to Israel back in the 80s, they got off the plane and they hugged each other because these Israelis that were at the airport waiting to welcome them couldn't believe that they were black when they got off the plane. So they didn't come forward and welcome them and hug them. So they were just hugging each other. And up until from that point all the way up till now, they've just been ill-treated. They've been treated so badly. I don't even know why they stayed, to be honest with you. One of the hardest things to be is a falasha, an Ethiopian Jew, along with being a Palestinian. They're put in the army as citizens, but then when they were ready to fight, they weren't allowed. They were just made cooks as an insult. And then when they were like, you know what, it's not in our best interest to fight the Palestinians, then they were given guns and told go fight. So whatever they don't want to do, you know who tends to put them in those particular roles. All right, so Chaos Reign was nice enough to come up here before I sign off I appreciate that. What's good, Chaos Rain?
Good evening or good morning, Black Mind. How's everything?
So far, so good. Yeah, it's evening here.
Yeah, good.
So I
Yeah.
take it
All
must
right.
be morning there or late
Yes,
afternoon, right? I mean,
yes.
early
It's morning
afternoon.
back here in the West, East Coast. I think is it East Coast or East Coast particularly. It's morning right now. Actually, yeah, morning. Yeah. So the link I dropped in regards to more information about these ladies and their decisions of swirling out or the possibility. It's funny since I'm up here that
What's up?
I was listening to a stream that just came my feed, and one particular sister had a problem on the content I was doing in regards to these ladies swirling and focus on their swirling. Now I could have responded in the chat room, but I said nah. If they really express their issues, they could left a comment in my video and express why they had a certain disdain hate. But I'm reading from the words from a black woman that wrote a book, almost now going on, almost going on 4 years now, Black Mind. And it was revealed evidently that this is what the non-black man's intentions are with black women. You get me? And they can't conceptualize it, my brother. So I'm not just being mad or facetious. I'm using weird words, but I'm just laying out that this is what they are, and your chances, if you are at the end of the day choosing to be with these men, so these men are better, you gotta take it all the grades and the ilks and the results. You get me? That's why they make a conscious effort to demonize a lot of black men not dealing with Western women because they know that they're gonna have to reach back. Because regardless how the black man is in the West, he when he's ready, he'll get married, and he'll get married anytime he wants. You, on the other hand, you are here, don't get that same option. You got to pick your poison. Either you going to choose to do what's necessary for the men that want you and do what's needed, or you're just going to be a Spencer with animals, or engage in what I call licky lady acts with other women. Pick your poison. Do you understand me, brother?
I do now, yes. There was a point early on when on my end the voice cut out, but I still got the gist of it as you continued on.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's very true that when it comes down to mate selection, just as men have to make really tough choices, and that are made artificially tough. On top of that, it's very true that now the reality is hitting these ladies that they're going to have to make tough choices. They always did, but it's hitting them now that the choices were always going to be tough, and that wasn't necessarily the fault of men, and also that they've been offering men a choice between tough options to make. And so I was talking with actually a non-black man yesterday about this, about 24 hours ago, a little more than that. We were sitting up at, we just finished eating and we went to this coffee spot, grabbed some green tea to help us digest what we ate. And he's about 10 years younger than me, 9 or 10, and he's looking to marry. Well, he was. He just recently gave up looking. He's a practicing Muslim, but he recently gave up looking. He said, man, they are all insane at this point. And I did a double take
Interesting.
because I didn't expect him to say this, but he pretty much was talking about just if they were familiar with the West, and what he, in a nutshell, said is they don't um, they don't allow you to present to them any sort of hard choice to make, but they're all presenting to you a bunch of hard choices to make. All they do is talk about what they're not going to do in combination with each other and what they're not going to be in combination with each other, but let you sit up and say, well, now I can actually work and spend a lot of money on you, or I can work enough and spend more time with you, but I can't financially spoil you and have time to spend with you at the same time, simultaneously. I'm not going to have a bunch of free time and disposable income simultaneously. Those two don't go together, and
Yeah, you
that's a
gotta pick.
legitimate,
You gotta pick.
and that's
You gotta pick.
and that's not
Hmm.
something that we're sitting up artificially making difficult for them. That's how we have to choose. But what they're saying is, if I look this good and I'm in shape, then damn it, there's no way I'm cleaning, or there's no way I'm cooking, or there's no way I'm going to listen to you, or something like that. And in a nutshell, he said to me, this isn't something I said. He said to me, I realized that women actually just don't have good hearts. And he explained it by saying, if they had good hearts, they could have good hearts even when they're beautiful and young. But since they can't have a good heart when they're beautiful and young, that means they don't have good hearts at all. It takes them using their youth and their beauty in order for them to have good hearts. And I had no leg to stand on to argue with this man. And this is a non-black man talking about this. So if it was, now granted, he did grow up in the States, and the women he was looking to marry were from all over. But everywhere except the third world, I noticed that. But I had no leg to stand on to argue with him and tell him, no, that can't be the case. As a happily married man, I still didn't have a leg to stand on to argue with him, because what am I going to say? Well, I got lucky, so you can too. It wouldn't hold any water. And so you're seeing the same. You're in a nutshell seeing the same thing. They have to make tough choices, and they're saying there's no way we'll do it. We have tough choices we have to make, and we're not even presenting these things to them just to be mean, and they're still saying, no, we don't make tough choices. You bring everything, and we don't do anything in exchange for it. Well, you kind of can't win in that situation. Not kind of.
Well,
you really can't.
well, if you as a man, you have to do what's necessary to be productive and do what's in the best interest on yourself and what you bring to society, and your counterpart is willing not to do even a fraction or even close of the same, then really true, then we have nothing to discuss. You get me? You be useful
Right.
to other men and other black men in the group, and we're gonna keep pushing. That's all. Look at this thing with this one woman that's now, this right here now, that she's in Dubai. I'm in a cell right now. The one that got a flight to try marry an underage dude. Now she's locked up, and I could tell that makes sense because you up there, you made. How can I say this? You create the situation you're in now because you have no options. Period. You left from New York to come to an Arab country to hope to be someone's wife because no one wants to take you. So now you up here, you have to lie with deception, and not only deception, but you look for somebody younger, and it tells you that there is a serious standard that most black men should never follow with black women. Or any woman, generally. But since most of them is still mess with black women, we got to be serious on this note. That wherever their standards are, you guys are screw their standards. You're not tied to no standard. Period. The only standard you go on is what the men lay out or what we want from you. But that you don't get no standards. Wherever you get, you take it. And if it's not good enough, move on. Keep it simple. But let's be honest, black mind. In their mind, they know that they have very little options. Hell, they hate themselves. That's why they do what they do. And they're just looking for a few black men, or what we like to call good black men. If they say there's none, but it's miraculous you can find them to pay their little so-called free lifestyle. And that day is now past us now. You get me? So I don't get caught up when people say either we like or hate. No, we being honest. Most men are just not tired. And depending on the generation of the man you deal with, they're even more tired than I can put me a bullet-ish. Personally. They're just not going to do it. You get me? So if you're at a point in life that, let's say, unfortunately you had kids, your best bet, and let's hope that multiple, you better just make good with your baby father and give it to them and start fresh and try to be a better woman for any other man that of any significance. But don't bring any baggage from your mental illness to your children to another relationship. Allow them to do this. And if that men do this, no. Most men don't bring anything. The only thing they do is if they're going to be productive and facilitate him and whoever's next to him. That's it. That's it. Because society's not really concerned about. Go ahead. Go ahead. You tell.
Well, we men are not allowed to bring baggage. We're going to be checked for that. I don't mean with a pun, right? Checked baggage or checked for baggage. But yeah, we're going to be checked for bringing baggage. So I'm just saying that to back up your point. I didn't really want to interrupt you, but I thought, yeah, you're right. We can't bring baggage and stay in relationships very long. Whereas on by the same token, they're pretty much telling us in a nutshell they wouldn't come to us without baggage.
Yeah, and I think the reason why that is, brother, because a lot of black men, and this is why is an issue being around other black men, that we had to move beyond pussy at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's good. You get it as good, but your priorities got to be more important than just the legs between a woman at this point. Because they think that's the only thing that holds it.
I'm sorry, your
Yeah.
microphone went mute on my end, so you have to say the last
Black
thing.
yeah. I'm gonna repeat this. Like I said, I got a call. Damn, I hate that. I would say this. Well, a lot of women, they bring the baggage, and in their mind, they feel that by them, we're supposed to be therapists. We're not therapists. Social media is not your therapy, baby. You gotta get real help. Let me hear you're gonna do what you're gonna do, be what he wants, or that's it. Overall, like I said, it's a good show. I gotta soon jump down. I have some things, I'm not gonna hold up too long, but like I said, guys, check the video out. I also had a short too on Miss K Williams. I didn't want to do it, but when I looked at the previous interview she had years ago to now, I'm saying, why this is a surprise to a lot of black men. Do you want to know who the men she really messed with? She said she done them all. Really? I mean, come on. And when a woman tells you she done it all, that means she's done it all. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, I don't care what her relationship with her and her father, while her room, why she decided to become a single mother. No, that's by choice. You were going to be a single mother anyway. Because if the man you take on, you don't want to be in control, he's not going to deal with you. That comes in with black men in America and other groups of men. They don't want to be no woman that's snobby and controlling. You get me? And want to do what she wants. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. So obviously your next pre-course is to become an actual baby mama, which you did. And the worst thing about it, you went and go to a donor. I mean, at least you could have found a man and lied to him and screwed him. But now you went to go to a donor. And matter of fact, to be honest with you, I think that's the best route. Some of them, they can afford it. Because now said no man has to spend money on them. They're going to pay everything. You get me?
Yeah.
And not only that, you got to pay for everything, but now you got to tell your child why they came into this world. And they're going to know how fucking selfish you really are. Period.
Yeah.
You see, one thing with that route, going through the insemination type, that shows to me as a man, you have reached the pinnacle of no return. You are ultimately selfish. And now you're doing permanent damage to your child. At least the man that if you did deal with, at least they can still get access to the dude. Now you can't get no access because now you gotta make your child force himself to go on the computer, go find who's the sperm donor. You know how embarrassing that is? How demoralizing that is? Cause every child wants to know who's the other half that create them. I think women today, bro, are more selfish than ever if they take that route. And to find that black women say they want to be freezing eggs and all that stuff, that's disgusting. I don't expect other groups of women to do it, bro. The Kalam don't have time to waste. When we talk about us black people that if we healthy, we could have children as long as possible, maybe, that we should not be taking those type of routes. At the point, if you reach the point in life where you had to go that route, you really have failed. That means you really want me in control. It don't take much to find a man and start a life.
Yeah,
now, the quality man could always be questioned, but at the end of the day, you can hear a man what his intentions are, and you could just let the dice roll as it may. It's not that difficult, brother. It's not that difficult. But anyway, I'm not gonna stay up long. Thank you for having me up. This is good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Like, man.
I'm glad to do it, sir. I'm glad you came up, and we'll have to take a look in and see the. We have to follow that link that you just sent, and I appreciate that. And the point is valid. It is sick when they get to that point because we're too easy I wouldn't say too stupid until we're trained to be, but we're too simple and we're too easy for them to have an excuse to be stuck regretful that they can't find a man later on. Now, if that's really what they didn't want, if they just didn't want anybody in their life, although I don't believe it, but if that's really the case, then they're not going to have a bunch of regrets later on in life. But if they have regrets, that means that they wanted someone. And the thing is that they don't have an excuse for not finding somebody, because what difficulty do we normally give them in that regard? We're the ones that have to make all of the approaches and initiate everything, and all they initiate is the divorce or the breakups or shopping sprees that cost us a lot of money or expensive vacation. They'll initiate these things that are burdensome, but they don't initiate any of the things that they want if we would also want the same thing. And that tells you something. You might be thinking of them as being selfish. If they were selfish, they would be trying to find something different than what they're looking for. Oh no, it's worse than that. It's hateful. They're going the route that they're going because they hate us too much to validate us enough. That's why they're going the route they're going. It is hatred. We have to remember, first and foremost, it's about the hatred. They had this low boiling contempt for us. I wish I didn't sound like this, but that's what it keeps coming back to. They're looking at us and they're thinking about what we don't deserve. That's all they're thinking about. Just, we don't deserve this, we don't deserve that. If we like it, we don't deserve it. So really, they're wasting their youth trying to play high post, only so that no man gets to enjoy them without having more headache than he does enjoyment. And then they age out of the ability to do that. And I can tell you how I know this. When they age out of that ability and they become MILFs, I'm a MILFophile. I'm the guy for whom that age is not a problem, it's a plus. When they come across MILFophiles, they go right back to acting like they did before, just because they can. So even though they wanted someone, when they realize they could have someone that actually finds them to be our type, they go right back to acting like they did when they were younger, because in the end, the only motive for that is going to be, well, I don't want to be a source of enjoyment. I want to be a headache. I want to vex these men. That's what it comes down to. It's a hard thing to see until you begin to scrape back the layers. Then when you scrape back the layers, you realize, oh, damn, that's exactly what the hell it is. They're looking for a way to vex you or to vex whoever's with them. So it's not even selfishness just by itself, because they would want somebody, left to their natural selves, they would want to be in loving marriages and in loving families with men that they could look up to and respect. Left to their natural selves, they're looking and saying, that's too convenient for the man. Why else would they reject that? You notice everything that they want, that they reject, is something that the man would also want along with them. And if you also look at the abortions, the men, usually the fathers, are unhappy with whatever route the lady takes. Now, how is that a coincidence? It's not a coincidence. You notice that they'll brag about an abortion when they're around men that don't want them aborting. But when they're around men that actually would rather them abort than to stick them with the baby, then they keep the baby and deliver it to term. Whatever you don't want is what they decide to do. And so that tells you right there what the motive is. We keep missing that point because for us, pure malice is not really a motive for something. It has to be provoked or it's not there. That's in our mind. For them, it's like, no, it starts off like that. It's I mean, they have to learn it from somewhere, but by the time they're of age to make these decisions, they've already learned this malice. So whether it's a low boiling contempt or outright hatred, that's what determines the decisions that they're making. They're making the decisions that vex us because those decisions vex us. They're not doing it even because of their own selfishness. They're more against us than they are for themselves. That's what I'm getting at.
Mm-hmm. All right. Take care. I'm Black Knight. And take care, everybody. Peace.
Thanks a million, sir. Appreciate your patience. All right, so folks, I really do appreciate you guys being patient with me. And now this here, yeah, this is absolutely the case. They double dip before they find the Most High. Now, I'll say this, Jay Smart. That's not an accident either. A lot of times they sat up when they were in their early teens or in middle school and plotted this. I'm going to act a fool, and then I'm going to get religious after I've had my fun. Or if I find out that it ain't so much fun. But pretty much they're already banking on being able to, they've already planned to be able to practice the dual mating strategy with the religious institutions being like a repository for their retirement plan men. They plan that out. They're not just naturally going through the cycle. No, they're planning that out too, because the way they see it, this is exactly what the men they don't want also really wouldn't want. So, Sick Diggy, Salamat. Now, can I ask you, were you using Tagalog when you said Salamat, or were you using the Bahasa Malayu Salamat? And Walaikum Salam. But yeah, Sick Diggy, let me know which one of those two you meant, because it has a slightly different meaning in those two languages, and I know the proper response to it. LOM said Keisha's not worth saving, and that's right, we can't. The ones that are worth saving are already trying to find somebody on their own, and they're actually looking for a fair deal. And if that's what they're looking for, they're gonna find it. So there's no reason for us to get out there trying to save anybody. Let's see here. Let's see what about Peace and Pleasure said. In 2015 to 2019, 40.5% of females and 38.7% of males ages 15 to 19 had that intercourse, according to the CDC. Funny thing is that that number probably is going down for the men and up for the women, because you got few dudes. Everybody knows it's not only a few dudes that are banging out most of these women, but that the percentage of men is going down, just as the women's percentage is going up. All right. Salamat is salam in Amharic Tigrinya. Okay, got it. All right. So I've heard them say salamta in Amharic. I've heard that. If you're saying salamat, I didn't realize that was coming from one of those languages. In Tagalog, it means thank you, and in Bahasa Malayu, it means welcome. But yeah, it's going to be the same as peace in any other Semitic languages. So, I would say, Jay Smart, that not so much semen retention. I don't know what the health benefits or health harms are. I've heard actual medical experts say that that's not, it's not healthy, and it doesn't bring many benefits. But what I can say is that for black men's salvation, it's going to be a preparation mentally for being alone, just in case it happens. In case you can't leave the West, prepare to be alone. Or, in case you can't leave it, but if you can leave the West, then you leave the West. And you only start your family, you only look for marriage, and you start your family outside the West. And I recommend, honestly, I'd recommend for black men places where they're able to have more than one. Now, the good thing about Africa is that whatever your religion is, you're allowed to marry more than one. And I think that's what black men should always maintain as a legal option. Most people, period, are not going to marry more than one. But black men, for our own betterment, should live in places where it's legal to marry more than one. And in much of Africa, whether you're Christian or Muslim, that's legal. Because as long as it's not legal to marry more than one, the women are going to act a mother cuss word fool. That happens in Tunisia, Muslim country, but since polygamy is illegal, the guys have said it, the women there just act a goddamn fool. And I believe it. All right, Kohob Najum, what's going on?
Yeah, this is actually Sick Diggy, but I'm just using this name out of respect to you, brother. What up?
I appreciate that.
Kohog in both Amharic and my native language of Tigrinya means star, just like Najum in Arabic. And it's part of an old childhood nickname.
Okay, Kohob. All right, got it. Now, Najum is the plural form in Arabic. Now, is Kohob is that the plural form or the singular?
Singular.
Okay, got it. All right. Tonight's the lean.
Excuse me?
I used Amharic just now. I asked a question. Tonight's the lean.
No, I'm a Tigrinya speaker, first of all.
Okay, only Tigrinya. Okay, got
Yeah,
it.
I'm Eritrean, not Ethiopian.
Okay, all right. I was under the impression that you knew both of them. I'm sorry, but I
Oh,
forgot
no.
how to say this. I forgot how to ask how you're doing in Tigrinya. If I heard it, I would know.
Oh, okay. Tigrinya, we say kame alakha to a man, kame alakhi to a woman. We
Okay.
also have, and to a plural group, depending if it's a mixed group or a group of men, you say kame alakhum. But to a group of women, kame alakhin. It's gender
Okay.
specific, because the thing is these languages, the Ethiopian and Eritrean languages, specifically Amharic, Tigrinya. Well, actually, first start on an Ethiopian side, it's Amharic, Tigrinya, which is spoken in the Tigray region, Silte, Gurage, what's that for? Harari, and as well as, and on the Eritrean side, you have my native language, Tigrinya, Tigre, which is from an ethnic minority, and the Dahlakian form of Giz. We're all descended from the Aksumite language of Giz, G-E-E-Z, whose writing system we all use. And that traces all the way back to across the Red Sea from modern-day Yemen, from the ancient Sabian. That's where we trace our origin, because we are the hybrid and descendants of them.
Okay, got it. All right. So it turns out that Tigrinya, what you're saying is that Tigrinya and Amharic have a common root language.
Yeah, Giz, because we are descendants
Okay.
from the ancient Aksum kingdom, who the ancient Arabs refer to as Habasha.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes,
land
sir.
of the Najash, because we said Nagus, they said Najash.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
In
Now,
fact,
does the word
okay,
Negus mean the same thing in Tigrinya?
Nagus means king.
Yes. Is it the same in Tigrinya? Because in Amharic, it's also king.
Yes, it's the same thing.
Okay, all
To
right.
distinguish the two languages, it's like Amharic is like Spanish, Tigrinya is like Italian or Portuguese. So I can easily pick up Amharic if I choose to learn it within a matter of months. But an Amharic speaker is going to struggle because there are certain sounds in my language that they will struggle with. I have families who are partially Amhara, partially Tigrinya. There's mixing, so we have that conversation from time to time.
Okay, got it. So now, what is the plural form for king in Tigrinya?
Nugusat.
Okay, all right,
Nugusat.
Nugusat. Okay, fair enough.
Because because they used to say, like, for an Ethiopian emperor, say Nugusat, king of kings.
Okay, it's in an Amharic, Negusoch is the plural form.
Nugusot, yeah. No, they use the ch. It's like Kuwaiti Arabic when you think about it. If you
Yeah,
listen to Kuwaiti Arabic.
yeah, I did. That's what I said, Negusoch, but the mic doesn't pick it up. For whatever reason, a lot of ch's sound like a t on my particular microphone, and it's probably because they made it here in the Gulf. The headset I'm using is made in the Gulf, so
Oh,
I know, and Bahrainis and Kuwaitis tend to do that, so that might be the reason why. But
shout out to the Khalij while we at it, and that's another
yeah,
story for another time.
yeah, why not? I'll give them this. They do share their the wealth with the population in terms of development. Um, I have to hand that to them. But ironically, Saudi is the least developed of all of the Khalij nations. Of all the GCC, its infrastructure is and they say that. I'm not just saying that to be mean. This is something that they'll say, and then I've seen it too. Um, I witnessed that with my own eyes. Some places here don't even have sidewalks.
Where you at
Um,
exactly?
well, I'm in Saudi Arabia.
What city?
I can't. That's the thing. I can't say what city because there's some
Okay.
people that are trying to find. They want to know exactly where my university is so they can call it and get me done in, get me
Oh, okay.
fired.
My apologies. Okay.
Not your fault. Not your fault.
I'm sorry,
I
brother,
understand.
because I was born in KSA myself. I was born in KSA. I grew up mostly in the East Coast, but I moved back to my native Eritrea when I was 12. And I'm affiliated. I'm a good associates with some of the guys in the manosphere, like Charles Faulkner, Chaos Rain, who you met, who was up here earlier. Is one of my
Hmm.
peoples. And checked out some of your and I was like, and through BGS, I came across your channel.
Okay. Well, was it BGS that told you about specifically mine?
No, it was just it came across my feed and I checked it out and I found yours and I was like, oh, okay, that's cool.
Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that support. I only ask about BGS because he sends a lot of references, and I didn't know if you were one of them. But in this case, this is even more astounding because you found me on your own, and I
Well,
didn't
yeah,
realize I was coming up in feeds like that. To be honest,
it
but I
happens from time to time because like some people's channels will pop up. I'm like, why do I know this person's channel? I'm like, this sounds familiar. And then and I came across some of your stuff, and that was interesting. So I thought, somebody who's like who's been in my birthplace, that's interesting. And I will say that I've met other people through the Coliseum and whatnot. We chop it up about religions and whatnot, about histories. I tell them where I come from, and next time some of the Muslim cats get intrigued by me, even though I'm not Muslim myself, but I do have Muslim members in my family, so we chop it up about all that stuff. It's beautiful. Get to learn about
yes,
one another.
and are you in Eritrea now, or are you elsewhere?
I'm elsewhere right now. I'm in Scandinavia right now.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. Oh God, I'm in February too. I'm so sorry. Oh God, because of the cold.
I'm
You got
used
to
to
spend
it.
black. You got to
I'm
spend
used
black.
to it.
I don't know if anybody gets used to it. Some of the Vikings themselves say they can't get used to it. You got to spend Black History Month fighting to keep your fingers attached to the body because of frostbite. I am sorry, man.
No, it's okay. I've dealt with worse. I've dealt with worse. I mean, try
oh
spending time in Khartoum, Sudan. Especially because the heat will make you crazy. The heat will
oh
make you
gotcha.
crazy. I have kinfolk there, and sorry. Just thinking about that just remind me just how all that mess that's going on over there. Because just glad that all of them got out, are safe, even though lost a great aunt in the process and everything. So that was kind of messed up. But just may she find rest, may she find peace in the hereafter.
I am. My condolences for the loss of the great aunt. I'm glad the rest of y'all found safety. I know
A
that
lot
that's
of them.
not. I understand coming out of the Horn, that can be one of the major concerns, finding a safe place.
Yeah.
And Sudan was a safe place as a stopover, and then it broke down. That safety's now gone, and
In the
so
midst of Ramadan, they had that war. 4 days before Eid, they had 4 days before Eid, where before war breaks out. I'm like, what? Is there any sanctity? I mean, I
I
understand
was
what was going on, but it's like just. I'm sorry. I don't want to derail I don't want to derail the conversation, but it just strikes a nerve sometimes.
well, understandably so, because I mean, if you take the fasting seriously, you might become tired, too tired to fight. But if you don't take it seriously, you could just become too irritated to be patient too. It could go either way. So that's what that hunger will do to you. And I've seen people here break out, not break out fighting per se, but I've been here in Saudi and seen some people just snap on each other during Ramadan. And a lot of it, the funny thing is, a lot of it has to do with cigarettes.
That nicotine, man, that nicotine will drive you wild. You ever
Yep.
seen that nic? I mean, this is coming from people who. This is coming from folks who've seen what I've had smokers among my circles and whatnot, and I know that nicotine will drive you nuts. That
Uh huh.
nicotine fix, I mean, this is why I don't. I'm glad. This is why a lot of them look at me and say, like, ma'am, we're glad you don't drink or smoke. Oh, yeah, I've seen how much that will just mess you up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's addiction in general will, but that nicotine withdrawal, it does do something. I haven't still to this day haven't fully understood. I've seen people that would normally tame just go aggressive, complete aggressive, and will cuss out anybody. They'll cuss out their mom. And sometimes I'm afraid to give them dawah because I'm afraid they'll cuss out God in a case like that, because that's just how angry they are. They're not gonna calm down. They're not, and they will not calm down until they get that next fix. And I didn't understand what it was that I saw. I was just in a store shopping. You might remember those Danube grocery stores, and then again, maybe they weren't open at that time, but I was just in one in Riyadh, and this guy got into an argument with this woman. I think it was about a place in line. I don't know. But I was on the phone with my wife, and she could understand the guy fussing because he's Egyptian. So my wife can understand him. I can't. I'll tell an Egyptian in a heartbeat, if you don't speak English, shut up. We're not talking because you don't speak Arabic. But my wife can understand him. She said, damn, is that man fasting? And I told her, sweetheart, I'm in another line. I don't know if he's fasting or not. I don't know this dude. I don't even know what they're arguing about. You think I understand him? I just know he's Egyptian. That's all I know. And I asked my students the next day what was going on. I said, what is causing people to get aggressive and start arguing? And my one student said to me, well, what time of day was this? And I said, it was about 3:45, I think. And he told me, oh, yeah, he smokes. That's what it was. And I looked like, well, how do you know that? He said, because he was angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be arguing like that.
Oh, yeah, a lot of people be chain smoking. You know, it's like that constant chain smoking 1 or 2 packs or something like that. That'll drive you up the damn wall.
Yep. And then all of a sudden, you just got to go cold turkey during daylight hours. And then you see them later on breaking their fast with a cigarette. And that's another reason why I would tell us that we can't, I tell black folks, we can't be out there marching for Arabs and marching with them. It's not because we hate them, but I mean, that's just not something we would do. We understand, if we are Muslim, we understand that Ramadan is not the time to just stop a bad habit. That's the time to, it's not the time to suspend it. That's the time to stop it permanently if it's really going to have that kind of grip on you. So you take your average African American, if he's Muslim and he smokes, then probably what's going to happen is that he's going to really cut back each year until he's done, because he's going to see, okay, this is a real problem when come Ramadan. What happens if all of a sudden there's no nicotine available? What am I going to do? So they would start thinking ahead normally after enough, at least after 2 Ramadans, they start thinking ahead. These cats here could be in the 80s. If they live that long, they're still smoking. Every year Ramadan comes, like it did the year before, you can't smoke during daylight hours unless you sneak it and no one knows. You still got to answer for that in the grave. And yet they never quit smoking. And you're sitting up looking at them like, what does it take for you to learn from a repetitious pattern? How many times does it have to repeat and cycle over again before you learn? And so that's the main reason that I'm saying that we can't be allies per se. It's not hatred, but our minds are just too different. We're not born that way, but we don't have the same minds. We got a lot of the same bad habits, but we don't have the same way of dealing with them.
You ain't catching hell the same way they catching hell, is what, and vice versa. And
Right.
Here's the thing I can tell you, because among my people, yeah, we got smokers, regardless of what religion they adhere to.
Yep.
And alcohol is also another thing, but it's just like the stresses they go through. You know what I'm saying? That's what's driving some of them to engage in things like this. What are the stressors that is causing them to just like seek out that type of relief? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it is. So this is why I got to give it up to Dr. Robert Sapolsky, a PhD neuroscientist from Stanford. If you're familiar with that name.
Stanford University, yeah.
Stanford, Robert Sapolsky. He's done he has this research done about some 30 years plus about the dangers of stress and how it affects a person in the long term. In fact, there's a National Geographic documentary I got the chance to watch like a few years, and I still watch it every once in a while. And I shared it with a few people. It's called Stress Portrait of a Killer. It talks about the damage that stress does to a person in long term, as well as in the short term, especially when you talk about the hormone cortisol. Long-term exposures to that can do irreparable damage to a person. Whether we're talking about the telomeres of one's DNA, damage to one's cardiovascular disease, his neurology. You even see, even in the documentary, they did like some research about various people and the stress levels they went through within the Ministry of Justice in the UK. It's called the White Lane Papers. And they also but in the case of Polsky, his subjects for testing the damage of stress and whatnot was various troops of baboons in East Africa, especially in around Kenya, because baboons are genetically related to humans to an extent. But that brings up. But like I said, it's all connected to what are the stresses that are causing people to engage in such destructive habit. And sometimes there's one thing is like certain cultures have is like the emphasis on foresight and learning from other mistakes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So if people are willing to learn from others' mistakes, does that generally decrease their stress or increase it?
I don't know, because you got to ask yourself, what are the stresses that are per se that is affecting that individual? What are the causes of the stress? Everybody's got bills, problems, marital issues, family issues, not to mention some people's temperament.
Yeah.
There's some people who have a hair-triggered temper. There's guys who have a long fuse. And you see how they interact with other people and how it takes a turn on them. Not to mention, I remember dealing with certain coworkers. Some were dysfunctional, some were, kind of detrimental in a way, and I just realized, like, I gotta nip this in the bud, or I'm gonna inadvertently catch a case or something like that.
Oh man.
It got to that point where I just wanted to do something, but thankfully there were people in my family, in my inner circle, who like pulled me aside and said, "Nah, this is what you do. This is how you handle it." Because I was young, like when you in your early 20s and you're still trying to figure out who you are and everything. Sometimes you just want to just snap on somebody, but it's not the right thing to do. And self-awareness is like, is what it is, but just thankfully just was able to handle it in the way I knew was best, and I had to just remove myself out of certain situations.
Well, yeah, there are relatives that'll make you do that. I found that oftentimes when they bring that stress to you, there's something that stressed them.
I had relatives who helped me out of that situation. They gave me the right advice of how to handle that situation. Sorry. But you're right. There are relatives who will drive you up the wall.
Okay. Got it. All right. Because of the static, I thought that you were referring to relatives that did both, that was sort of drawing lines. But now I get it. It was somebody else, and it was your relatives that were helping you to not just blow up on someone.
Yeah, it was the coworkers I was talking about.
Got it.
Oh,
okay.
By the way, I just want to give props to Be About Peace and Pleasure, where it says nicotine hacks the brain. If you're clean and clear, when you walk past someone's secondhand smoke, ooh, you can feel it hit the nerves and it stinks. Yeah, I remember. I had a cousin who was a smoker, but he knew how I was about smoking, so we always made it a point. Like, say we were like, this is in Eritrea when he came home to visit. Anytime we were out and about, he made it a point to know which way the wind was blowing, so that way the smoke wouldn't get near me, anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that with certain kinfolk, you know, when they were like respectful for you, that they, you know, if they're gonna smoke, at least we know it's gotta be someplace where, you know, I don't gotta worry about that mess.
Exactly.
You know?
Well, I'm glad that he did that because, and hopefully God broke him or liberated him from addiction to the nicotine. I hope so. Um, there are people that, unfortunately, there are folks that don't really, they don't show that kind of consideration for others. You would think that they would, but some don't. And to be honest with you, what I found is that if people do try to break out of it, the ones who are the most concerned for others are the ones that have the easier time breaking out of it. But and I thought about it. I have wondered what kind of stresses drive people into putting stuff in their body that's not going to be any good for them. But it would just calm their nerves in the meantime or temporarily. I've wondered about that a lot. But when I've gotten to know some of them, especially when I lived in the first city that I lived in here, and I lived with, well, we had to live in the same compound, and I found that they really were going through it. I mean, they were here oftentimes hoping that they never had to go back to their home countries because usually a close family, it wasn't just stress, but a close family member would stress them the F out.
Oh.
It was usually that.
I know. I think I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, it was.
Oh man, God rest my father. God rest my father, because I remember he used to deal with that. Him, all the relatives, other kinfolks in our community when we were in the kingdom, just like our relatives, and you know, just like our, you know, brethren, you know, in Europe and North America, same stuff. You know, folks back home are dependent on them.
Yeah.
And you know, you never know who it is. You know, in fact, Africans in general, just like, you know, Asians in general, when they're in like in the you know, in the first world nations or second world nations, you know, there's a lot of people depending on them.
Yeah.
I've met and I remember met some, you know, South Asians who have had I've gained a lot of respect for, because I understand they go through a lot. Same thing with Filipinos, other parts of Southeast Asia, that's you know, stress, the family, because they're dependent on you, drives you up the wall sometimes.
Yep.
Drives you up the wall.
Exactly. And you can't go back and visit because you're busy sending them money, so you can't save up for a ticket. And then when you do show up and you don't have another suitcase full of gifts, then they want you, as far as they're concerned, you might as well get on a plane and go back, no matter how much you sent to them in the time before you went and made that visit. So I look and I think about what people are going through in that regard. I've actually told my wife sometimes I've said to her, listen, you are not supposed to be sending money back every month. Some months you need to just go ahead and send less back, or just not send anything, so that they don't even think you have it like that. Because you don't. You do have a limited income. They just need to know that it's limited. Well, we can't do that. Okay, well then you're never going to save anything.
My question to you is, first of all, I'm sorry for interrupting. My question is, your wife is East African, correct?
Yes, sir. She's Somali.
What part of? Was she from the north or south?
She's from the north.
Yeah,
both of her parents, I believe, are from the north.
Yeah, we have to know that distinction, because in the north they were British colony, south was Italian colony.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I shock a lot of Somalis when I ask them, what part of Somalia you from? I say, oh, you from this part. He said, oh, you do. And they're like, how do you know that? I'm like, I'm Eritrean. I don't know. I don't know what it is about Somalis. They have this. You know, they have the traditional animosity with Ethiopians. When it comes to Eritreans, they're like, hey, well, okay. Sorry, what's the name they were? Well, okay is the word they use for a brother, I think.
Warrior.
No, what and it's like when they call on you and say what or something like that. Oh, I've had that happen to me. I've had Somalis mistake me for one of the wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That could happen too. Yeah. Yep. It could be the same thing. Yeah, it could.
No, I don't get mad about it. I laugh about it half the time. I can't help but like somebody look at me and say so. I remember somebody once tried to converse with me in Somali. I'm like, and I just said something in Tigrinya. They're like, wait, where are you from? I said, I'm Eritrean. Oh.
Yep. Well, when my wife and I were going to get our driver's license, we were going to get them on about the same time, and
Okay.
we had to go and take a vision test. And so when we went to get that done, one of the guys at the hospital just wrote down that she was Eritrean. Now she was here on her U.S. passport, so he was supposed to write down that she was from the U.S., but he just wrote down Eritrean, and so that actually delayed her getting her eye test done, not because of anything she did, but because of he just made an assumption, and we jumped on him because he was from India. And we're like, what the hell made you think that? You ask people where they're from, or you look at the Akama or the passport. Why didn't you do one of those? And he couldn't even explain himself because his Arabic was bad, his English was bad, so he couldn't really explain why he even made that mistake. So yeah, you're going to catch that. And I've seen a Somali who always gets mistaken for Ethiopian. Seen that
Unless
happen
he's
too,
actually, unless of course he is an unless he is an ethnic Somali from Ethiopia, the Ogaden region.
yeah.
You
Now
got that.
the guy I saw was just he was from Somalia. He just was he was taken as an Ethiopian, even by Ethiopians. So he had to learn in Amharic how to explain why he didn't speak it. So
Yeah.
sort of like with
Amharic,
me
that is.
speaking Spanish, he learned a little bit of Amharic just to explain that why he didn't speak more of it, and then he began to pick up a little bit more from that. But yeah, he was. It happens on occasion.
Yeah.
But I'm not really shocked. I'm not too surprised.
No.
But yeah, my wife is from the north. She comes from the tribe where she comes from the tribe that drove the British out. That's her tribe.
One more,
She comes.
I remember. Yeah, I remember. I met a fellow cat who was Somali, but he was from the north. And I said, "Oh, you from Somaliland?" He's like, "You know about that?" And it's like they were shocked because, like, yeah, you got to know these things. I remember, like, my dad used to say, "What you know in this world can be a matter between life and death sometimes." Knowledge is key. But
Yeah.
getting back to the topic at hand, my apologies for derailing. But not marching for Arabs, not marching for the other side for that matter. I mean, it's somebody, especially somebody like of my ilk, having to deal with racism from both sides of it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and understanding the history of slavery in that part of the world, because people forget how far back that slavery goes, how vast that network was. I mean, they were sending black slaves through East Africa as far east as India, if you knew that. As far north as the Caucasus. You have Afro Turks. You have Afro Turks in this region. This was it the Breakaways Republic of Abkhazia in Georgia. Back when that was part of the Ottoman the Ottoman Empire or whatnot. People don't know the history of that. I mean, in fact, in like certain parts of the world, they try to hide their the history of slavery in their part of the world. Like Afro Turks, their history has pretty much been swept under the rug. Afro Persian, same thing. And people that just don't know or even bother to learn. So I think it's no point. How are you going to be marching with some people who want it to be a one-sided relationship sometimes? You know what I'm saying? How do you do that? I mean, even with the current conflict in Palestine, I've interacted with Palestinians before, and I get their struggle, but I look at the history for what it is. I'm like, it's not as overcomplicated. Things get overcomplicated, but it just gets frustrating sometimes. You just look at them like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, I don't really know where it is that I can't say why it is that the Palestinians have a lack of sympathy or had a lack of sympathy at one point for what we went through, unless it was just due to the lack of social media at that time. There was pretty much just TV, and television was largely locally programmed. And then of course there was the internet, and for a long time you didn't even have social media. And then social media seemed to have increased their awareness as well as our awareness of them and what they're going through. But
Nobody goes through the history books, however. That's the problem.
well, yeah, they damn sure don't go through a lot of the history. I mean, I think they know about their regional history as much as they have to know. But I've picked up on the fact that they don't really learn about other people's history. They don't even talk about history in general. As a matter of fact, Black Americans believe in the importance of history, although we don't read up enough on it. We have a few scholars that read up enough for everybody else, but on an individual level, we don't tend to read up enough on it, which is why we have a lot of misconceptions. But we do realize that it's an important subject to study. Many of these other groups are so focused on engineering and math and STEM that they exclude the importance of history and underestimate it. And then they wind up taking what white folks say, which is, that was a long time ago, get over it. So they turn around and repeat these same points, really thinking that something was a longer time ago than it really was. And well, of course, when they say that, it hits twice as hard to hear that from them, especially if they're Muslim, because we know they're supposed to know better. Even those of us that are not Muslim are aware that if they are Muslim, they're supposed to know better and never side with the oppressor. But that's part of why it is that we're saying that we will not. That's part of why it is this particular live stream of mine is about not marching with Arabs, and I'm not focused on the Latin Americans. That's another topic and in a completely different relationship. We would not march with them because even with the black blood that they have heard they have actually just been anti-black, sometimes even aggressively, and because of that, we would set up and say, well, all right, you will actually try to harm us sometimes. And you might actually throw stuff at us. You might do things to us that even Arabs wouldn't do. We have to tell Arabs, wash your mouth. You are somebody whose hands we might have to watch. And so those are two different relationships. We know that if they become analytical thinkers or not, they're not our allies because they're actually chomping at the bit to be accepted by whites. They're consciously looking at us as a liability and a burden, whereas Arabs are just sort of passively and ignorantly brainwashed.
Yeah. I would say, like what you said about they're so focused on STEM, no one studied the social sciences. I mean, and we're not just talking about history here. We also have to understand anthropology and sociology. They have a role in all this because people forget social and natural sciences go hand in hand. Prime example would be anthropology, sociology in tandem with geography, topography, also study of zoology and botany, because you have to understand the flora and fauna and the wildlife of a certain region. Because culture is often, as BJS would say, culture is dictated by the environment. Hell, look at the language. People speak a certain way in accordance with that environment because there's cultural context to that. I mean, I've understood that when you have to learn a culture, you have to learn the culture in order to understand a certain language, to understand the cultural context in which how it's spoken. I mean, there's certain expressions that in my native tongue that doesn't fly, that will not make sense in other languages. I remember when I had to converse when I had to translate for certain people, I had to do so in a way where I couldn't just say the thing directly. I had to say it in a way that was in accordance with that cultural linguistic context. Because certain things just don't make sense when you translate them directly. As far as history goes, people when I've asked some Muslim friends, what they know about the Hijra, for example. the Great Migration across the Red Sea into Aksum. Would you believe me if I told you they've never heard of Masjid al-Sahaba or Masjid al-Najashi? The first two mosques that were built in Africa, they were built between 613 and 615 AD. Those mosques were in Eritrea and Ethiopia.
I'm not surprised that I'm not surprised they don't know, because frankly, Black history has always been ignored by people who don't mean any harm, and it's been covered up by people that do. Those are the two things that happen with Black history. It's a miracle whenever any of it is preserved, and since that's on the African continent, that's a part of Black history. No, I'm not surprised that they don't know, because I've had to tell some of them that. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't know that any Muslim of African origin ever fought against slavery and bondage, whether in the Americas or on the continent. They have no clue. And I had to go to, I actually had to go to ChatGPT. I think it was ChatGPT or another AI engine. Type it in, and then I copied and pasted it to save it because it was so much info I couldn't memorize it all. But they don't know. So no, I mean Muslims themselves, whether of any race, and people of any religion, no matter what their race is, don't know that the first slave revolt in the Americas in written history was started by Muslim Wolof people from Senegal.
Well,
that's who started the first one, and
they're not just
they were allied with the Taino. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
These guys were taken out of. They were taken out of what's now Senegal, but maybe the Gambia too. But they allied with the Taino. They approached the Taino and said, "Listen, let's go ahead and fight back." And the Taino said, "Yeah, I bet." But they instigated this, and they were Muslim. And nobody, to this day, people don't realize that. You have to go and find out about the Malay Revolt in Salvador de Bahia, Brazil. I think it was 1835. It was the Muslims that started that, and people don't. I mean, Muslims that are black and have their fist in the air, and some black folks that say that Islam ain't black enough don't know about this stuff, and then sometimes even Muslims that are black don't even realize this. They don't even know about it. If they did, they would preach it, but they don't know.
Wait. They're saying Islam ain't black enough. What are you talking about? What are you talking about when people say something like that? What are you talking? It's like somebody telling me Christianity isn't black enough. What are you talking about? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to go off on you. When I think of something like this, I'm like, what?
Well, that's the thing. That's all they've heard. And then after a while, it's two things. There are two reasons why they say that. They will say that, number one, because they really do think it. They think, okay, it's not black enough because they don't know about the heritage of black folks that are Muslim fighting against oppression, and that includes enslavement. They really don't know. I don't have it all memorized because I had to go to some unconventional sources to find it. I'm not saying they weren't reliable, but they weren't conventional. They're not in textbooks, even at the graduate school level. So there's really a lack of knowledge. But then on the other hand, too, there are a lot of them who simply aren't ready to live a disciplined lifestyle. And so they're going to say it's not black enough because, as far as they see it, there's no link in between waking up early to pray Fajr and giving up alcohol and the liberation of black people. So they see Islam as an actual distraction from what they know is necessary to liberate black people. So there are things that they know we need, but they don't realize that these things are not just a distraction, that they're actually necessary. So they, and then there are also those that really just think, well, damn it, I'm just not going to live that disciplined lifestyle. So let me go ahead and make this excuse.
Well, I know people who are non-practicing. All I say to them is like, hey, I'm not the most devout of my faith. I own it, but at least I own up to my nonsense, and I don't do things right. Even though I don't go to church, I pray. I try to be righteous, and I try to stay out of trouble as much as possible. And I understand every man has his vice, but you gotta. At the end of the day, that's their life. They gotta live by it. They gotta deal with it. At the end of the day, they're the ones who have to face judgment when it's their time. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So, with that being said, and also like we talk about, slave revolts. People forget, as far as the Middle Eastern slave trade goes, in East Africa, for certain groups, it was convert, resist, or do both. Some converted to Islam to protect themselves. Others chose to resist. There were those who did a combination of both. In fact,
Okay, where did you say this was again?
This is in various parts of East Africa,
Okay.
from the Horn all the way down to Tanzania, Mozambique. There's a story. I remember. I forgot the name of the documentary series about history. It's about like lost civilizations, I think it is, when they were talking about African civilization. Like they were in Tanzania. There's a bunch of Western archaeologists who teamed up with local archaeologists at a certain excavation, and they found like what was it, the remains of an old mosque. They found the foundation and the flooring of it, the tile flooring of it, and in the camp. And then they saw a scene where one of the local Tanzanian archaeologists is telling a story to some of the volunteers who were actually students of their archaeology class. A story. It was about a bunch of Omani Arab traders who came to this African kingdom. They wanted to establish trade connections with this kingdom. And then one time when they were trading with them, going back and forth. One time, this African king decided just to personally come to their dhow to bid them a safe journey. The merchants looked at each other and decided, we can fetch a high price for him in the slave market. So they kidnapped this king and they sold him into slavery when they got back to Arabia. Somehow, this king converted to Islam, endured, but somehow he was able to escape and make it back to his kingdom and reclaim his kingdom. One day, and then sometime later, those same Arab merchants were shipwrecked, were found on the beach from the royal guard, were brought to the royal court. To their dismay, the same king they sold into slavery was sitting there on the throne. They beseeched him for mercy. And he looked at them and said, "You should be grateful that I have embraced your religion. In fact, my people have all converted to Islam. As it is written, no Muslim shall shed Muslim blood. But know this, you are no longer welcome here. So you must. My troops will escort you out of here and give you safe passage away out of this place, but never come back." And the moral of that story was basically, in times of stripes like this, you either had to convert, resist, or do a combination of the two. Prime example I can give of that is like the Oromos in Ethiopia. They're kind of recent. Their history in Ethiopia is recent because they migrated after the Abyssinian Adal War in the 16th century. So they came like somewhere as early as 1545, 1550. When the Oromos came, they were almost entirely their Cushitic ethnicity, pastoralists, known as great cavalrymen, but they had their own religion called Wakafina. But when they arrived, they ended up having to deal with persecution as well as enslavement at the hands of Somalis and ethnic Amharas. And depending who it is they were dealing with, they would convert to the religion of the local people, hoping that would protect them in some way. Dealing with Somalis, most of them converted to Islam, some converted to Christianity. However, there's a small few who still maintain the traditional animist belief. But, despite the hardship they dealt with, in almost 500 years they've been in Ethiopia, they've been maintaining strong resistance. They're still seen as great cavalrymen up until modernization. and fierce warriors, and they somehow throughout all the hardship they managed to become like the largest ethnicity in the region, the largest ethnic group in the country, to be exact. But they understand their life is not their fight for just to be just to be seen as human beings and not to be persecuted has come a long way. And it doesn't matter what religion you adhere to. You still, don't be surprised if you see the symbol of the Ona, if you know what that is.
Not yet. No, I don't know the Ona symbol.
Oh, okay.
Is it spelled O-N-A?
O-N-A, yeah.
Okay.
It's a tree you find in the Oromo region of Ethiopia. Traditionally, the village elders from various villages will come meet under the shade of such a tree to discuss important matters. It's a symbol of unity among the Oromo people. Traditionally, in Ethiopia and Eritrea, people would meet under the shade of a large tree whenever they had to congregate for important matters.
Okay. All right. And now, is it a fruit-bearing tree, sir?
Not really sure. That much I don't know.
Okay.
But I know the
all
traditional
right.
that tree has been seen on the certain emblems, the certain entities, political parties, rebel groups on a flag of the OLF, OLA. It's their symbol.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have to look for. Well, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to look for some images specifically of it. My search right now didn't show me much. It actually, even when I looked specifically for that, I got all kinds of others, but not an actual Ona tree. As a matter of fact, okay.
Maybe I could try to help you one way or another. Yeah, I appreciate you having me up, by the way.
Glad.
We're told to be, grateful. I keep forgetting, like my parents tell me, always be grateful. My grandmother would disapprove if I forgot to do so.
Well, you have, I think you expressed gratitude before. I think you did, but you're very welcome, sir, and I thank you for the knowledge you're giving. Now, because of static, I will have to ask a dumb question, but it's only because of the sound quality. What was the name of the ethnic group that would convert based on where they moved?
The Oromo.
Oromo. Oh, okay, that group. Okay, the Oromo. Got it. Okay. So that's why their language is different. They actually have a different origin from the other Somalis.
They're a Cushitic group. There's because most ethnicities in East Africa either are Nilotic or Cushitic.
Okay. All right. So that explains that. I'd heard people arguing before about where they actually came from, and now I understand why at least I know why there was such an argument. While you're looking for that, I'm going to answer something that someone said here. Jay Smart, you're welcome, but to tell the truth, I got a confession to make, Jay Smart. When you said thank you for platforming these rare topical discussions, because of the weather here, the temperature dropped a little bit earlier, and I tend to miss warm weather. I misread what you said, and I thought you said thanks for platforming these rare tropical discussions, and my mind started wandering to somewhere warm where it's I could lay up under the sun for a while. I was like, wait a minute, tropical discussions, what is that? And then I had to read it again. He said topical, and I read tropical because I'm just homesick for warm weather. I'm the kind of guy who this time of year, if we get a vacation, I would try to go to South Africa because I know it's going to be warm. I'm that dude, or I try to go to Malaysia or somewhere along the equator. But I went to South Africa once. I went to Durban actually. And,
okay.
It was a little muggy. I felt like I was in Miami until I saw the sun rise kind of in the north of the sky. I mean, I saw the sun rise in the south, and then go across the northern part of the sky. I was like, oh God, that's odd. That's real strange. And I thought, okay, what is that? Other than that, I felt, and then of course them driving on the left side. So the two of those things together was a bit disorienting. But I enjoyed it. It was a great break from the winter weather, and ever since then I said, okay, you know what? I'm never going to take a winter vacation in the northern hemisphere if I can avoid it. So I thought about that earlier, and then I saw Jay Smart thanking me for platforming these rare tropical discussions.
Yeah.
All right, so did you find anything?
Hang on, just looking for it right now. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I think I found something for you, maybe, because you know what the image of it, this tree looks like. I just gotta find the right name for it, because I need to find that.
All right. Now, I did find out that that's not the English name for it. So that may be why I couldn't find anything.
Oh, I think I mispronounced the word. It's
Okay.
Oda. I think it's called the. Oh, it's Oda. Sorry, it's not Ona. It's Oda. Oddaa. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Okay. All right. Let's see what I can find on that.
Or just look at Oromo tree. It'll say Oda.
It says, okay. Yep, I found some info on it. Apparently, it says here that it's an important tree in the culture and traditions of the Oromo people. It's a type of sycamore tree. It has a symbolic importance, and that it's central to the Gada system, which is like a democratic system that the Oromo had.
Yeah.
So, and that if there are important rituals or ceremonies, then it's going to take place in the vicinity of or the shade of the Oda tree. So, sorry for yawning in your ear.
Oh, sorry. Especially when it comes to the traditional animist belief of Wakafina, and the great being was called Wakaf. So yeah. Hey, I stand corrected. I own up when I'm wrong.
I'll keep it a secret though. I won't tell anybody. Yeah, yeah, like I can hide it right now at this point. But now everybody has to. The thing is, you were pronouncing something from another language, and that's actually a lesson for many of my people that are listening. Because while we know Africa is huge and it has to be a bunch of languages, a lot of us tend to forget how many languages can be in a small area. We tend to forget that. So an area the size of Texas could easily have 12 different languages. So this is actually a good lesson for a lot of us listening, that even within a particular region of the continent, everything can't be the same. And yep, I found images of it. I saw images of it. So it provides a lot of shade. I can see why it would be important. I mean, you plant one tree and then you get looks like a quarter of a square mile of shade. Goodness gracious. You could fit about 5 houses under that.
It's under the shade of this. I mean, this is where. I mean, one of our brothers, nameless protagonist, he talks about his fascination with the Oromo people. And I've always wanted to know why he had that fascination with them. What was it about me that he was intrigued by?
Yep. One day.
In the U.S., you'll find them mostly like in Minnesota. Mostly congregated in Minnesota, of all places.
Yeah, that's true. I did see I did see quite a few. I've only made one trip to it, and I did see quite a few. As a matter of fact, Minnesota shocked me because it's so cold there. Even in the summer, it wasn't warm enough for my taste. But you got so many people from the continent, the West and the East alike. I thought I remember thinking, if you guys ever get homesick, you pick the worst state to move to. You probably would have been happier in Mississippi, actually, because and they were the main ones telling me we need you to come visit us in January. The main ones, and I said, wait a minute, how do you go outside in January? If my family's been in the country for 200 years, but we can't come this far north, how do you need? How do you even go outside in January? What, are you going to come pick me up from the airport? You're not even going to walk outside your house because you just got here. It's the coldest you've ever felt in your life, and you telling me I need to go up there for January? No, that's okay. Can't do that.
I can tough it out. I mean, I've been here for like over a decade and everything, and I'm used to the winters. It was just experiencing the whole change in time difference between day and night in the winter and summertime. That I had to get used to.
Okay, you mean like how the vast difference between the length of day and the length of night throughout the year?
Yes, especially when you're this close to the Arctic Circle.
Uh-huh.
So because that's strange. But then again, I live in Eritrea. Stranger weather we've had, because especially when you live in the highlands, it's a little more mild. But summertime is the wet season. So it rains. Right now it's the dry season. It's not uncommon to be sunny in the daytime, but because there's no cloud covering, it gets cold at night. So, and plus at this time of year, people are usually having weddings traditionally before Lent.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I remember around this time it was like I had some uncles who had weddings at this time of year. Good memories.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I can imagine. And I can imagine, even though you're not Otomo, I can, yep. Even in that case, I can see why you remember so much about the Oda tree, because honestly, I think that would serve the purposes for which they use it. That would serve anybody, really.
Yeah. But again, where I'm from, if you look at the Eritrean flag, our symbol is the olive wreath.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a symbol of peace, but it was also a symbol of our pagan past, because that has more associated with the traditional animist beliefs we had, because our Semitic forebears, they were Semitic pagans. Some even became small hats, from whom you get the and then Christianity came in in the third century. Christianity became official language, the official religion in the 4th century, 330 AD to be exact, and then Islam came around in 615, within the Hijra, excuse me. So we understand peace. We're very hospitable people. We never forgot our ancestry on the other side, but that doesn't take it. But as far as I'm concerned, yes, my distant ancestors were brown, but that doesn't take away my blackness. Especially when some people say I'm not black enough. I'm like, you're not really black. I said, why? Because I'm Semitic?
Well, it is not. That is unfair to you, because if it was some non-black Semites that discriminated against black folks, then it doesn't make sense for them to go to black Semites who also got discriminated against and then say you're not black enough. But truth be told, it's like a fire that's going to burn through its fuel, and then it's going to burn itself. When a fire runs out of fuel, then it only can burn itself at that point. It's going to get to a point where if that goes far enough, that idea of not black enough is going to rule everybody out. And before you know it, nobody will be black enough. It's an overreaction, and it comes from a phenomenon I call blackanoia, where I'm addressing that right now. That's why I'm addressing this topic tonight. I want to tell my people it's okay to look at some other groups that are not good allies and say, we really can't help you because you can't help us, and we can't afford that. But you have to treat or you have to react to a provocation with nuance, because otherwise you overreact like what we do, and we're overreacting. We've dealt with discrimination from pretty much everybody that's lighter than us.
Nuance. That's the term you're just missing right there. Nuance. Everything is just generalizations right there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand nuance. first of all, you need context. Without context, you can't understand nuance. And certain things, because I remember I've had people ask me questions, but they didn't know how to word it with me, so I had to be a little more patient with them. And then I'm like, "Are you trying to say this, or what are you trying to say?" And it's usually people who've never had interactions with Black people in general, African or otherwise. So I'm like, hey, I'm gonna give you some leeway, but there's gonna be some things. But I gotta set some boundaries as well.
Naturally, yeah.
And
You'll be forced to, but God have mercy.
by the
So
way,
who's telling you that you're not black enough? Who are these folks?
I've had other people say I'm not Black enough. It's like, what are you? I've had somebody question me a couple times out here in these YouTube streets, finding out one of them was like Nigerian or something like that. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh man.
You should talk. And there's a story I got to deal with about Nigerians I can tell you later. But when you talk about not being Black enough, do you remember the singer Billy Paul?
I don't actually.
Okay, do you remember a song he had called "Me and Mrs. Jones"?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Okay, on that very same album, it's called 360 Degrees of Billy Paul. On that very album, immediately after "Me and Mrs. Jones," there's a song called "Am I Black Enough for You?"
Amazing. Okay. Oh God have mercy. I'm going to have to look up the lyrics and read them.
He was talking about the civil rights issues at that time that needed to be addressed. Am I Black? And this also had to talk. I'm sure it also addressed like the phenomenon of blaxploitation films.
Yeah. Yep, somebody did have to address that. You're right. Blaxploitation films did do a number on us. I should have known it. I mean, I should have known the name of the guy that sang "Me and Mrs. Jones," but I never. Yep, Billy Paul. I never. Nobody ever mentioned his name. It's just everybody played his song and everyone knew it by heart. But am I Black enough for you? You got a sharp memory. You really remember a lot of details.
You'll blame it on my OCD. I don't know, because I do have that, but I'm a Virgo. I have attention to detail. Okay, yeah, I know some people are not big on zodiac signs, but they do have but some people use them just to make sense of things. I was exposed to Me and Mrs. Jones. I had to figure out it was Billy Paul, because originally I thought it was Teddy Pendergrass. When I found out what it was, and then when I found this song called "Am I Black Enough for You," I was like listening to the lyrics and everything. Oh, he was talking about some serious issues right there. Like, what is it's on 360 Degrees of Billy Paul, 1972. I'm looking it up on Spotify, by the way. Because was it 3 years ago? 2.5 years ago, it was like the 50th anniversary of the album. And Me and Mrs. Jones as a single came out 50 years old. Can you believe that? God rest his soul, Billy Paul. He's been dead for almost a decade. But
yes. Yeah, it's been a while for him. But you know what? I found his lyrics. I found his lyrics. Am I Black enough for you? We're going to move on up one by one. We ain't going to stop till the work is done. Let's see, what else did he say? 3 by 3, we got to get rid of poverty. But yeah, you're right. He does. He tackles it in I guess you could say in a contradictory way, because this must have been sarcasm. Because the truth be told, at that point, the question would have been is if he was black enough or not. So he probably was stating that any type of black is too black. For if you're a racist, then any kind of black is too black. And now we're sitting up and saying, well, if you don't get lynched for it, you're not black enough.
You haven't had this experience, you're not black enough. I'm like, what are you talking about?
In a nutshell, yeah, it's like you got to get lynched, or they got to try to lynch you. You can't have a modeling career and be black enough. you damn near can't even be a celebrity and be black enough, because it means you won some sort of beauty contest in their eyes. And if you win a beauty contest judged by people that aren't black, you're not black enough. It's a reaction to a real provocation. But I would say it's an overreaction. It leads to this phenomenon I call blackanoia, because it leads to some black folks being paranoid of not only every other race, but even admixtures, or what they perceive as admixtures within the race. Truth be told, here in this country, there are some folks who, if they don't know me, and I'm talking about some of our people, if they don't know me, they're not mean to me, but they're not going to get into a conversation and get personal. They wouldn't do it. But if we know each other, or we know some of the same people, then they would. And in this city that I'm living in, my son came to visit me about a year ago and some weeks. Now, when he came to visit me, he's more recognizable. So all of a sudden, these black Saudis were more open and talking to both of us. And especially when they would ask him, "Oh, is this your friend?" Because they didn't know that I was his dad. They didn't think I looked old enough. I appreciate the compliment, but he would say, "Oh, he's my dad." They would, and he would say, "No, he's my dad," and then their faces would light up. "Oh, okay." They shake my hand and everything, and then, "How you doing?" So even in my case, I'm seeing some of that, because it's not even hatred per se here. It's really just not knowing. Right, it's a misconception, but the thing is that if I'm by myself and I'm open what I own, they're still sort of shut off, because that tells me right there they're shut off because they're used to everyone that's not us treating them in some sort of microaggressive way. They're used to dealing with some sort of bias from them, so they're just reacting until they realize that they're being greeted by another leopard. It's just an unspotted one, the best way I could describe it, or a tiger with no stripes. So they, I see that happen in multiple contexts, but also,
you, like we said, I'm sorry, you were saying?
Just that sometimes there's even distrust. I was going to say they're not rude, but there are also situations where when I greet some of us, there's actually a distrust. And I mean, I saw that happen after Hajj. When I started to ask somebody about a particular design he had on the stove, I wanted to get one like it. But his friend, he was nervous. And his friend walked up and said, "We got to go. Salam alaikum." So he was trying to be polite, but they didn't even want to stop and answer that question.
Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Some people have that misconception. Some people have to be. You can't fault some people for being a little weird about being weary about others sometimes.
Exactly. But most people here are actually not that way. Most people here are very welcoming, especially if you speak with an accent from somewhere else. It was only them that were not rude, but they were afraid or nervous. And I thought, okay, what were they nervous about? Now, my wife didn't get it, because these are West Africans like me, genetically speaking. This was in Jeddah. They may have been citizens, but this is in Jeddah. And then, and she didn't get, I'm sorry?
I said shout out to JC. I still got relatives over there.
Oh, okay. Yes. Jeddah City. Got it. Yep. This is where it was. And to me, Jeddah felt kind of like New Orleans in some ways, with the humidity and the heat and all them black folks. It kind of felt like that with, to me, like an old ancient version of New Orleans. But because see, when you visit New Orleans, at one point it was voted by CNN to be the most African city in the United States. New Orleans. They said that it was unique because it had the black politics of Detroit or Cleveland, but it also had the black history, the African history specifically of the Gullah Islands and the Savannah area in the southeastern U.S. So they said New Orleans was unique in that it had both. So it was voted that it was voted that in early August of 2004. I'm sorry, 2005. And then the next thing you know, Hurricane Katrina came through and changed everything. But yeah, it felt like that for me. But when I was there and I greeted them and tried to ask the question, there was actually a distrust. And this was right after Hajj. During Hajj, it was the same thing. I'd met some and I'd greeted some, and they were standoffish. or they were just very silent. They were really they were untrusting. They seemed to think I meant some kind of harm. Even the guy that was on Hajj in my group, the only other brother there, he it turned out he was from Mali, and
I think he told me this. I think he told the story. Like he couldn't speak English and you didn't speak French, and then he needed assistance, and he had to call his son to help you out. Correct?
that's right, exactly,
Yeah.
and exactly, and it turned out he was Bambara. That's right. You're right. You remembered it. And when I realized that he was speaking Bambara, his son got on the phone, and I told his son that Bambara was some of my mother's ancestors. And when the son translated for him, then he warmed up a little bit.
Yeah.
But before that, he was like, it's like he didn't understand before that I was just trying to tell him something that was very harmless. You snore too damn much and nobody can sleep. I wasn't trying to bother the man, but there was a group from Mozambique, and there was the palest one out of that group that didn't want to give me any advice on learning Portuguese, like none. He said something like why are, and I didn't understand the question, but I knew he was asking me why something, and then he just told everybody else let's bounce, let's ditch him. They were neutral, but he was the one that was the least trustworthy. I mean the least trusting, and he looked like he may have had a Portuguese grandparent or parent, but he was the one that didn't trust me. And so it dawned on me at that point that actually black folks were beginning. This is Hajj. I performed Hajj in 2022. So
Okay.
this is when it dawned on me that black folk pretty much globally were beginning to say, all right, we don't trust people that are not us. And
It's an
it's
in-group,
like,
out-group thing, which is natural
right.
for most people. That's the natural thing. Um, I've done. Here's what I've done. I've interacted. We've had Ukrainians and Russians out here, and I remember I met some some Ukrainians and Russians, and they didn't speak English. They couldn't speak Norwegian at first. So what I did was like, thankfully, you got Google Translate. If you have an Android phone, take advantage of Google Translate, folks.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to use that and just use the translation to try to communicate with them. I just like type something in English, have it translated in Ukrainian or in Russian, and then I would like put my hand out, peaceful, and then I would show them, and then immediately they would understand I wasn't meaning them any harm. They'd be more willing to interact with me, especially when I explained to them that I'm a fellow Orthodox Christian, so it's all right. I don't mean any harm. So you're Orthodox, but I said, yeah, but my faith is more closer to like the Armenians than to yours or Greeks.
Mm-hmm.
So they would
Okay.
understand.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
okay, and so I understand some people are having their misconceptions, and everybody me not being harmful or anything like that. It happens sometimes. Like I remember there was like some West Africans I befriended. I was very cordial with them, and they're like, "Where are you from?" I'm from here. And said, "Oh," and one of the funniest stories I remember, and this involves a close kin of mine. It happened up here in Scandinavia. We're in Norway, to be exact. He had to get a SIM card. He had to purchase a SIM card, and because he has a similar accent to mine, he's like, she asked him, "So where are you from?" I'm from Eritrea. She said, "Where's that?" "That's in Africa." And this is a little Asian woman here, first of all, folks. The person who was conversing with him is not a white woman. It's an Asian woman, little Asian, must be Southeast Asian. And she said to him, "You don't sound African." And he asked her, "So what do you think an African's supposed to sound like?" Immediately she started doing an impression of a West African, like an Anglophone, like a Nigerian or a Ghanaian or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Well, I think you're supposed to talk like this and everything like that and everything."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
He just had to look at her and just like try to find a way to flip it. That's all I'm gonna say. He had to flip it. One way to take it, just flip it on her. I guess you
Oh
can take a
God.
joke, but you gotta learn to flip it. You know, sometimes they be condescending, and sometimes you gotta take it and just flip it on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's a Southeast Asian. He could have easily said, "Well, I mean, you don't sound Japanese," even though she's not Japanese in the first place.
Hmm.
That would have probably given her an idea. And granted, in Southeast Asia, most of the Africans they meet are either Sudanese or Nigerian, and then some
Wait, South
Tanzanians and South
Sudanese or
Africa.
When you say Sudanese, mean South Sudanese or Sudanese proper?
No, Sudanese.
Okay.
They meet Sudanese, South Africans, Somalis, and Nigerians, and of course Nigerians have the biggest population. So
And the
they
loudest.
hear, yeah, and they're modest. Yeah, yeah,
Loudest,
right.
not
Oh,
modest.
loudest. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes. Well, yep. That's exactly what they say. The Nigerians say they're the loudest, and the
Sudanese,
Southeast
yeah, the
Asians say that
loudest.
they're the loudest. they so they tend to agree on that. But the thing is that usually Southeast Asians would take the time to hear how they sound different because they know that Africa's not a country, it's a continent. They're aware of that. But she must have left Southeast Asia at a young age. It must have been the case. I'm
Or she was
guessing.
born and raised up there, born and raised up here. Who knows? You know, some are second generation and whatnot.
Well,
You know,
yep, there is that. Yeah, there is that. You grew up around white folk, you will begin to take on some of the geographical ignorance over. It doesn't take too long. One
Yeah.
generation is enough for that. Yeah.
Hey, some are
Um,
Eurasian. In fact, you know, they could be mixed race and everything. I've learned to have. I've learned to. I've interacted with some, and I've busted a few people's chops, and gotten away with it.
mhm.
I mean, I remember one cat. He was like half Thai, half Norwegian, and I'm looking at this dude. I was like, and I made him blush when I said, you know, you kind of look like Keanu Reeves. You know that, right? A little more
Oh,
Asian, less Hawaiian, right? And he looked like a Casanova. And he started to blush about it. I was like, young man
oh
too. So I was
dear.
like, you know, no, I was just joking when I busted chops that way.
That was cold blooded, man. It's just, but then again, you weren't insulting the man. You just
I
making
was
him blush a little bit.
I'll make it because you're good looking. So, yeah, because he's young. He was a young cat. You know, he's like 18. I said, you're young. You look like you Keanu Reeves, dude. Run for the hills. Just run for the hills, because I'm sure all the girls be chasing you. You're chasing you behind and everything. He couldn't help but just
Yeah,
smile in agreement.
you were laying it on thick at this point. And I'm starting to think you were probably looking for him to confess. You keep on laying it that thick. You wanted him to say, "Yeah, I got about 3 girlfriends. I got to figure out what to do about it, and
And
how
that's
am I gonna
no,
break
no.
the news to them?"
Before he even said it, I was like, plead the fifth, man. Plead the fifth. Plead the
Okay,
fifth.
you didn't even give him time to confess. Okay,
No,
yeah.
I'm
What
saying,
else,
plead the
right?
fifth. Plead the fifth. Plead the fifth.
And you pronounced it FIF too, like Dave
Plead the
Chappelle.
fifth. Plead the fifth. Fifth. I said the fifth. Don't tell me about Chappelle show.
Oh God, yeah, I missed that one too. Oh
Hey,
man.
as it said in the Holy Quran, he who brings joy and laughter to his companions deserves a place in paradise.
Mm.
I ain't asking you to pray for me, but just think about me sometimes. But
Um, well, I have a particular prayer for you. I'll gladly say. I think that's actually a hadith, but I got a particular one I don't mind saying on your behalf. Because if you're making dudes blush, you're gonna need it.
I'm not trying to make them blush like that. I'm just, sometimes I
I,
make them laugh and stuff like that. They feel. Sometimes you just, just cater, just like just mess with the ego a little bit. Just
yep.
say things like that. Something that like brings the confidence up. That brings that lower their guard and makes them
Hmm.
become more open to you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's
Exactly.
good to charm. Sometimes it's good to flatter people. I remember like some people I befriended. The way I befriended them was like because we had a mutual love of a certain soccer team or whatnot.
Hmm.
Uh, I don't even though I don't have any tattoos myself. I remember like I said I gave somebody props about their tats, and the next thing I'm asking how many hours that take because I was like looking at the intricacies of it and everything,
Hmm.
especially from from a social anthropological standpoint. And of the artistry and everything. I know it's
Yeah.
forbidden, but when you understand the craftsmanship involved, like wow. Just like with like other forms of like pottery, sculpting, you got to respect the arts. See, that's something that's that's also considered, the performing arts, because art needs to be like expressed. Just like in the Arab world, you have Arabic calligraphy. You have
Yes.
calligraphy of in other languages like Chinese, Japanese. They have their own forms of calligraphy. You know, some people
Yes.
just
Yeah.
don't understand the artistry of it.
Yeah. People can. It's easy for people to underestimate that, but no, that's very time consuming and very detailed. Um,
And you have to be
Calligraphy for pretty.
dedicated to learn that. Just like martial arts and everything, it's an art
Yep.
as well as a science.
Absolutely, it takes a lot of practice just to master that skill. I mean, we wouldn't call it calligraphy otherwise. No matter what language it comes from, we wouldn't refer to it as calligraphy without it taking that length of time. And so, and understandably, I see what you're really getting at. All jokes aside, you're able to, the way that some people try to be witty and creative with their insults, you're able to do the same thing with compliments. And
Compliments.
right.
Because you got to look at compliments and insults the same way. You got to learn to take both and learn how to handle them. And it is
Yep.
what it is.
Yep, but the thing is that most people in general, and especially most of our race, no matter the nationality, we don't really like to put wit into a compliment. Now I don't know if we're the only race like that, but generally speaking, we like to roast, and I know Somalis do just like African Americans do. We
We
love to
all love
roast
to
each.
roast one another. We will roast each other.
Right.
Everybody has their own way of roasting each other. Every culture has their own way of roasting. It's a show of endearment. It's a show. It's a means of affection. Um,
Yep.
I mean, I remember studying the Brazilian martial arts of capoeira, and they give you and part of the tradition is they give you a batizado, which is actually a baptism, and you're given you're rechristened an apellido or a nickname. You're given an alias or a nickname. So your capoeira name usually is something that they'll give you something that's really mean spirited or something like that,
Oh wow.
because you have to, because it's part of it's a term of it's a term of endearment, but at the same time it's basically you're young, you got to break in, you got to earn respect, and sometimes you get renamed something else.
Okay.
I remember there were certain great masters I've heard of, like there was one guy. His nickname. He's a master from Minas Gerais. His apellido, his capoeira name is he's a master. He's Mestre Mal Branco, which means Mal Branco means white hand. And the reason he got that nickname is because he once entered he came into a capoeira holda or a circle, and he wore white gloves.
And they teased him about that and roasted him with that apellido for a long time, huh?
Hey, Pele, the great soccer player, his name was meant as a insulting nickname, but it became a beautiful name afterwards. There was one guy I remember. His nickname was one practitioner of Brazilian capoeira. His nickname is Pica-Pau, which means woodpecker, because his hairstyle looks like that of a woodpecker.
Oh goodness. Well, I hate to think what they would.
One person I know, like, you know how white people sometimes they get flush in the face and they get bright red, like deep red?
Yeah.
One dude, his nickname was Camará, which means shrimp, because he was red like a shrimp.
Oh damn. That is, yeah. When you said coming out, I recognize that one from
Camarão.
Spanish. I said, "Oh
Camarão.
God, have mercy."
Camarão.
That is cold blooded for them to do that. I hate to think how they would roast me with my bald headed self.
I rock a bald head, but I remember my teacher, he was thinking of giving me one of two names. One was cigüeño, which means a stork, or flamingo preto, which means black flamingo, because I got long legs and everything, and I'm agile.
Okay, all right. So, stork or black flamingo? Well, I hope he chose the second one because that's a bit more of a compliment. I mean, I'm sorry, dude, but stork, you're not flying around carrying babies to people's homes and stuff like that. No, but so do you? I mean, you said you rock a bald head. Are you like me, where you got one of them big old 20 heads instead of a forehead?
Where I'm from, I traditionally have to have a large forehead, and that forehead comes in handy sometimes. Like when you get into certain confrontations, you gotta headbutt somebody.
Yeah.
But yeah, but nah. But
Okay.
I just keep a bald head just for now because I'm in my 40s now. I'm like Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon. I'm just getting too old for this. We're getting too
Uh
old for
huh.
this.
I know
But
what you mean. You don't have time to wait at the barbershop for them to call your name and say it's your turn. You don't have time for a lot of that stuff. It just gets easier.
I got
I
a
do
skull shaver,
understand.
so it's easier for me to shave in 5 minutes, and I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh, got it. All right. Well, I was about to ask about the skull shaver, but Jay Smart wants to ask you what is your
Okay.
perspective on Haile Selassie?
Haile Selassie was an ethnic Amhara, first of all, and by the way, his name, his regal name, Haile Selassie, means Haile means power. Selassie is the masculine for Trinity. The feminine for Trinity is Selas for woman. Selassie for man. So his name means the power of the Holy Trinity. Um, he was not meant to be emperor, but he became emperor due to circumstances. And as an Eritrean, me personally, how he, you know, how he ruled, and he's still seen as a bit of a polarizing figure in various parts of Ethiopia and as well as Eritrea. I,
Okay.
me personally, it's just like it's kind of like I am respectful because we don't speak ill of the dead. I should revile the dead, but I do not forget how he ruled and the problems that were going on in the region at the time. You remember there were like 3 or 4 droughts that happened. And of course, I remember the September 12th, 1974. That's when he was overthrown. By the way, the day after the Ethiopian New Year of that year.
Yep.
In
Yep.
fact, was it like about 6 months, about like this past September? It was like the day after the holiday. It was the 50th anniversary of his overthrow. So I understand also why the Rastafari hold him in high esteem. When they say Rastafari, that's like I and I, just like how Jamaicans say I and I.
You're talking
I
about Ras Tafari Makonnen.
Yeah, Rasta, because that was his actual birth name, Ras Teferi Makonnen. His father's name was Ras Makonnen,
Mm-hmm.
who was the first cousin of Emperor Menelik II. They were actually cousins, so Menelik was his uncle,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
his
sir.
paternal uncle.
Well, don't be afraid to say what your perspective is. I mean, that's what Jay Smart asked, and we're not really in a position to
Okay, my
debate it one
perspective
way or
was
another.
he was an emperor for what he was. Shrewd man. I do not hold him in high regard, considering my people's history and how we suffered under him. But I'm not going to revile him because you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead. I hope that's clear and concise to the point.
Fair enough. It appears that you have answered Jay Smart's question.
Jay Smart,
And
I hope that answered your question. Hopefully that answered your question. I gotta stop saying hopefully. Surely that answered your question, brother. Wow.
truth be told, yeah, McConan. Tafari McConan was predicted, kind of. The truth be told, Marcus Garvey predicted that there
Uh-huh.
would be a black king. He said to the black masses of the Americas, look to the east for the crowning of a black king, and
Uh-huh.
he would be a redemption. Well, eventually he was crowned emperor of Ethiopia. But when
1930.
he, yes, sir, 1930. But you know what? When he wound up fleeing, even though it was a tactical retreat, when he wound up fleeing to England, Garvey and his contingent were also at the airport to meet with him. So Selassie had to choose who was going to meet with, either the British government that he originally planned to go meet, or this contingent of non-government affiliated black folks that wanted his story, so to speak, or wanted some sort of tactical advice from him. And when he met with the government officials, Garvey said, okay, this is not the one I predicted, because this man he has fled, and then he's chosen to meet with this emperor of an empire that oppresses us over meeting with us. So Garvey himself later on said that's not the one that I prophesied. He said that, and yet, but the thing was that the at this point apparently it was too late, because this religion had already started based on Garvey's first prediction, and Selassie being the closest one to fulfill that prediction. So when Garvey said that I don't identify him as being who I prophesied to come, that news didn't spread, and so it didn't stop the spread of the Rastafarians. And ironically, when some of them, I think in the 60s or 70s, when some of them journeyed to Ethiopia to meet with him, he told them, look, I'm not God. And they came away more convinced, because they said if God comes as a man, the man is not supposed to know that he's God. I don't know what the logic of that, but that's what they came away saying. And I read about this before I was even Muslim, and even back then I said, okay, that's just low down. You're taking a man who said he's not God and then calling him God. Why would you do that? He said he's not God. He's not God. That's it. Saying that you're not God is a confession.
Yeah, he's just owning up to what he is, because that's black. Because he was a Tewahedo Orthodox Christian. By the way, Tewahedo means oneness.
Yep.
In our group, among our folks, and their folks, and it's unbecoming of a man to claim you're God like that. That's blasphemous in a sense. Because he grew up a devout Orthodox Christian. And secondly, him choosing to meet with, King George and the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, and everything at that time. You can't really fault him for that.
I don't.
You can't, because you're talking to his allies to help you liberate your country from Italian rule, from the fascist rule. It was what it was. It was a situation of circumstance and geopolitics. People, I mean, that's the thing. When they talk about World War II, they don't talk about the East Africa theater, because it was short-lived. But I don't know if Garvey was aware that that there were several thousand African Americans when Ethiopia was invaded in 1935-36. A lot of African Americans were galvanized to go head to Ethiopia to aid them. But Roosevelt's government put a stop to it, saying no, because he knew if they went, it would be seen as an act, like the Americans were involved, and it would be an act of aggression.
Well, to tell the truth, Roosevelt had another reason as well. It's true, a lot of African Americans got mobilized, but the fear was also that you would get these black men armed by an African government shooting at white men, and then going back to the U.S. when the war was over, having lost their fear of shooting white people. That was another fear. That wound up becoming the case anyway because of World War II. See, that's why in a nutshell, they allowed that when it came to World War II eventually. But they didn't want, what they did not want was African Americans going to Africa to shoot white people to protect black people. That was why they weren't going to allow it. They actually stopped issuing black Americans passports. And at that point, they put race on the U.S. passports. My parents' passport is still inside their desk. Their old passports from the 60s where race is written. It's the proof that I have that I'm black. And I've actually asked them to scan that. So I've asked them to scan the images and send them to me because, I've been told I'm not black enough. And I've wondered if there was, I feared a day when I might not be welcome on our home continent. But the U.S. government had its own reasons, because eventually they did let black folks and sent black folks to go into Europe to fight, even though we were 5 times more likely to catch frostbite than the white American
Ooh.
soldiers that were there. Despite that, they still
Yeah.
sent us there, and we, of course, our relatives that were in the U.S. Army then, they gave the Nazis hell, and so
Yeah.
the fact
Talk
remains
about
that,
that if I may, about the
yes,
East
sir.
African theater. First
Hmm.
of all, I'm from Eritrea. Eritrea was an Italian colony at that time, and there were prior to the war in the 1910s and 20s, there was rapid infrastructural investment in the region. Same thing with the southern half of Somalia, because they wanted to invade from both sides, but from the Eritrean side in particular, because you have to. Oh, low IQ is a big problem. I don't know about that. That's a question later.
Amongst us, that's more so amongst our people when it comes to history. We have a very low historical IQ, even though we value history in general.
Yeah.
That's pretty much about us. I can't knock them at all. I don't have a leg to stand on to defend us from that charge.
That low IQ gets thrown out. Hey, trust and believe. That low IQ is thrown out and bantied around amongst various black groups, one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they might say low IQ, they might say other terms like you're uninformed, you're misinformed, or you don't know what you're talking about, things like that. But anyway,
Yep.
to my point earlier, people forget you also had like the fact the Italians, they had native soldiers. Many of whom were forcibly conscripted. And if that wasn't bad enough, prior to invading Ethiopia, you had Somalis as well as Eritrean and native soldiers who were forcibly conscripted and sent to fight in Libya
Mm-hmm.
during the Libyan uprising between 1929 and 1923, 1932, I believe it was. During the Libyan uprising, you ever heard of the name Omar al-Mukhtar?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know which years he fought, but yeah, I heard about him. Yes,
1920s and
indeed.
30s. There's two movies. There's two versions of a movie called The Lion of the Sahara. The American
Okay.
the American version of it starred Anthony Quinn as Omar Mukhtar.
Yep.
I know me personally, I've had like at least one great grandfather who fought in that war. He came back. They didn't have like, they didn't understand what PTSD was, but
Yeah.
but I remember seeing pictures of him and later in his life, and I could see in his eyes, he's seen some stuff. He saw, because anybody who's been to Libya at that time would tell you, we truly believe in God and we know there's a heaven because we've seen hell. And I'm sure a lot of folks like that would be rolling around their graves knowing that their own descendants who've had to like take the journey across the Mediterranean had to go through that place just to get to Europe.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and yeah.
Did Jay Smart's answer? No, I don't think so. The latter, I think it has its origins in Eastern philosophy. Because remember, that symbol was bastardized by the Nazis.
Okay. Yep.
And
That's about right.
as far as the N-word goes, I'm guilty of using it. Blame it on hip hop. The times where I gotta stop using that word. That's why I use other forms of profanity instead. I own up to that. I've had to take responsibility for that. I shouldn't be using that word, but I'm also familiar with certain terms. There's a term I once brought up in a couple of. I'm sure you're familiar with Mr. Z, right?
Mr. Z Black in Effect on YouTube.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yes. Somewhat. Yeah. I'm somewhat
That's my dog.
familiar. Yes.
That's my dude right there. We had an interesting conversation. I remember I brought this up, although I use a different name on his channel. I'm just using the current name I'm using. I'm just on yours, just to be polite. But I remember bringing this up, very important thing about blackness and whatnot in that word, as far as that word goes. You familiar with the name Bianca?
Yeah. Yes, I am familiar with that. Yeah.
It means white. It's the feminine for white in Italian. It also means white woman in Italian.
Yes.
Now, notice that people will name their daughters in the Western Hemisphere. That white folks will name their daughters Bianca. You'll hear Latinas, Spanish folks, name their daughters Blanca. In Brazil, they name their daughters Branca, which all
Yep.
mean the feminine for white. You've
Yeah.
never heard somebody name their daughter Nera, which is black in Italian.
Mm-hmm.
You never heard of somebody name their daughter Negra among Latinas, the Spanish folks in particular. You've never heard of the name Preta. Well, actually, there's been one case of Preta in Brazil. The Afro-Brazilian musician Gilberto Gil, when his daughter was born, he wanted to name her Preta, so she would know her Afro-Brazilian pride. I know about her as an honor to her Afro-Brazilian. Just to her name, there was like a lot of pushback between him and the person at the office. Like, the Preta's not beautiful. Wait a minute, you guys named your daughters Branca or Clara, whatnot. Why can't I name my daughter Preta? So they settled on a compromise of Preta Maria, which means Black Maria or Black Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And Preta Maria Gil, she's not that dark, but she looks just like her father, and she wears her name with pride. She carries her name with for what it is, and she owns up that, yeah, I love my name. I'm Afro-Brazilian no matter what. Yo soy Preta. If you would say. And I mentioned bringing up the irony about that. Everybody associates beauty with whiteness, but no, if anybody was serious about black is beautiful, you would probably hear people name their daughters Negra, Preta, or Nera. But then again, Nera would be the feminine to Nero, as in the Roman emperor. There's a problem right there.
Yeah, it's true that a lot of people just assume that it's not just that many people assume that whiteness is beauty and beauty is whiteness. The issue too here that you find amongst these folks is that they will turn around and assume that this is a human instinct. What bothers me about Arabs is not so much it's not really that they have a preference one way or another. It is that they don't even understand if somebody else has a different preference. That's the part that really eats me up. If I don't marry women that are pale, I don't really like that pale complexion. And I tell them, listen, that's not what I'm looking for. In their mind, what's wrong with they will sit up and wonder, well, what the hell's wrong with you? Because they see that as being against some sort of natural order, that you would actually prefer this. And I've had to tell them, y'all aren't too bright, but your dads picked your moms for being light skinned, and look at you guys, you don't think deeply. You don't really strike me as being the brightest people. You're nice, but you're not the sharpest tools in the shed, even though you're born with the same capacity. Why would I make the same mistake that I've seen others make? In other words, I turn around and even though it's not true that there's a link between those two, I start to equate this with that, just to sort of drive in their mind that they're actually not my equal, that they're not your equal, that they're the inferior because of their mindset. It's not because of their color, but the way that they view color makes them inferior because of the low intelligence it takes. Sometimes you got to fight that fire with these folks. And it has to be done carefully because they're not hateful, like I said. But the difference between them and white folks is that they just take for granted that this is a human instinct. They think that everyone is born the same way, that the Chinese is born with that preference, and that the Indian is born with that preference, and that the Australian is born with the preference. And why would anybody prefer anything different? So you teach your daughter this, or you teach somebody else's daughter the same thing, and that's something that's actually necessary. and you have to sort of wipe it in these folks' faces that no, actually, we're better than you, not because of the color, but because you can't see beauty even when it's there if if it comes in a dark color. So that means you're the one that has something wrong with your brain that makes you inferior. You got to drive that point home with them. Now I tell you this: dealing with a Muslim, don't ever tolerate these sort of mindsets from Muslims because they're supposed to know better. How you deal with it would depend on how ignorant they are. But a Muslim, no matter what his race is, he's supposed to know better than to assume that God gave all of human beings an instinct to hate their most original color, or to disprefer even their most original color as a universal instinct and not a learned preference. They should know better if they would just think analytically for 20 seconds. So, grill them, give them the business, no matter where they're from, even if it's a black Muslim that thinks like this.
Sorry about that.
And
A little
so,
technical. I accidentally pulled my cable on that one. Excuse me. But me personally, I don't get mad. Can you hear me okay?
I can now. It's a little better. I hear some static,
Yeah.
and your voice is chopped up, but I overall do hear you.
Okay, cool. Hey, my man, the nameless protagonist over here. Oos. Come on up, man. I've been meaning to chop it up with you, bro, if you can. The nameless protagonist. I haven't heard from him in a while. Me personally, I've interacted with people of other races. I've been in interracial relationships myself, and I would say people have their own preferences. You like what you like. I mean, I'll give you an example. Although, remember there was one time where I almost got involved with somebody who was dark skinned, but she was darker than me. Lovely woman, but it wasn't that I did not find her attractive. She was very attractive, but something in my gut told me don't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a gut feeling like something doesn't seem right. Same thing I've had with somebody who was light skinned. It wasn't just I mean, they were attractive and everything, but something told me like, no, don't do it. It's like, But as far as the colorism thing goes, I mean, one time, like we were having a discussion about certain women we've seen in media. Like everybody talks about Beyonce. I said, I don't find Beyonce attractive. I mean, if I'm gonna find somebody attractive, it's probably gonna be Kelly Rowland or something like that. As soon as I said Kelly Rowland, they were like, "Oh, you got a point. You got a point there. You got a point there." But everybody has their preferences, and they have to be respected. Some people have a fetish, but what you like is what you like. I remember there was a young lady I found attractive, and she was. There was this one young lady I remember I met. She was Liberian, jet black, beautiful as hell. And I'm sure she was a very kind person to be around, but I would not be surprised if she had certain character flaws at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So, you like what you like, and they like what they like, and everybody's preferences should be respected. That's how I look at it.
I would respect theirs.
I would ask them, what is it about them you like? Just to be more intrigued. Because, sometimes some things are superficial, others are not.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get upset about that.
Well, I would have respected Arabs' preferences if their preferences were varied on an individual basis. But they don't really have that, and as I stated, they just take for granted that that there's one natural preference, which is for the paler woman. I would have respected the same thing probably, and I would have respected the preferences of men in India if they actually had an individual variation there too. But the issue was what I find is that, and I with my aggression against misandry, I'm not willing to cater to black women of any nationality anymore. Not to cater to them, but to be fair to them. Just to be fair, I lost respect for these other men's preferences specifically because they said that these were individual preferences and they were cultural. They will
Yep.
lie about a cultural preference and say, well, it's just an individual taste. And then all of a sudden, when you have a different one, they can't understand it. Uh, but on the flip side, if a black woman of any nationality starts whining and bitching about these men not wanting them, I still tend to tell them, well, close your damn mouth, because they have a right to not want you, just like you have a right to not want the men you don't want. As a matter of fact, you don't really have a right to not want the ones you don't want. It's just that you have to make your own decision. But you don't actually have a moral right to be turned off and bored because he's a moral guy. That means there's something immoral about you. And so they don't
Being
want you
righteous is
because
the right
you're
thing.
in a yeah, by definition, and that's what turns them off a lot. So I have to take a tough stance with them if they're the ones in the room, just like I have to take with the men when they're the ones in the room. You see, when I met with two Egyptian guys, one was my student and the other one just wanted to practice for a day his English. But the one that wanted to practice was a religious guy. I could tell from his beard. And he even stated that black women were to be used, not to be married, to be used for fornication, which he doesn't believe, is the right thing. And he said this when we were sitting in the lobby of the hotel, for which I had to rip his ass up because he's a religious guy, supposedly. But he's sitting up and saying this dumb stuff just so casually, even though I just told him that I marry my own race only and I'm black. So then I have to tell him, well, look, let me be honest with you and tell you that I'm never going to respect your culture because you all have this dumbass idea. Suppose I sat up and told you that the women your complexion would be used and black women would be married. You'd have a fit. Well, dummy, you just showed me actually that I don't know much about those women, but you just showed me that guys your complexion deserve to be used for your money. And that guys my complexion deserve to be married for the ding-a-ling. Because at the very least, we're not sitting up here with an idea that's that stupid, that you can look at a woman's DNA sequence to determine how she's going to behave and what she deserves. You just did that. So you just shamed he had a big old beard. So I told him, you just embarrassed your beard. And you know, when you act like, anything you say, you're almost saying in the name of God in front of the average person. And you said this dumb stuff right here. So congratulations, you didn't fight racism as a Muslim, you just contributed to it. And his friend that brought him over he had to cover his face up. But and he was going to try to interrupt me, but I even said to him a few times, don't cut me off. I'll let you finish when you were talking like you're retarded. So why don't you shut up while I give you this wisdom right quick? Because but again, he tried to say, well, it's a personal preference. And I had to tell him, no, it's a cultural preference. A lot of you think this way. You sit up here with a big beard and you feel comfortable saying something this stupid. That's a cultural thing. Your culture is inferior and stupid, sir. That's the end of it. The difference between you and me is that I know my culture needs to be changed. My whole people know that. You think your culture is normal when it's one of the most retarded ones on the planet. And that's why no other nationality trusts you. And so I'm saying this to say that you got to deal with them this harshly at times. Even when they don't actually hate you still got to deal with them this harshly. Because one, they're supposed to know better. And two, they sit up and they believe the lies they're telling you. So they're sitting up and saying, well, it's a personal thing. Well, no, it's a cultural thing. If it was personal, then they would understand when someone has a different taste. They don't understand it. They don't get
it. When they say it, that's when you know that the cultural thing has been normalized for a certain number of years, and you have to understand their history, the history of slavery, how it's impacted that, how it's been influenced on them and their attitudes towards dark-skinned people, especially like the Nubians in the case of Egyptians. But at the same time, also I've mentioned this a few times, like colorism in East Africa, in Africa, a lot of it has to do with slavery. What do you think about it? Especially in my neck of the woods, there's a derogatory term we have for dark-skinned people.
It means slave.
Yep.
I know.
I've had to, and thanks to learning about colorism and stuff like that, just in this space, has helped me put two and two together. Although I already knew about these concepts because I witnessed it in my own place. I had a friend, I knew somebody who was darker than me. I know some people were lighter than me. And we joke about it sometimes. But we also understand, just to quote Little John in the, I don't know if you, I'm not sure what type of music you listen to, but I've been exposed to a lot of music. I listen to white music, as they say, metal and everything. And I remember the group Korn, for one of their songs, Twisted Transistence, they used rappers to portray them in the video. And they had Little John. It was Little John, Snoop Dogg, Exhibit, and David Banner, representing each of the members of the band. And as a joke, Little John said in the music video, he says, "You know, we're all the same color when the lights go out.
Oh.
Just like we're all the same height when we lie down."
Yeah, he was really pressed. He was pushing it, but he wasn't lying. I got the humor. Technically,
he wasn't lying, and I got the humor of it. I remember understanding that. Also, if you ever listen to Nas, the Lost Tapes, Volume 1 of the Lost Tapes, there's a song called Black Zombie. It's like he starts off the final verse where he says, "You scared to be yourself. Why wear what they wear? Dumb niggas with long beards thinking the Arabs are Jews." And, you know, he's talking about, you know, like Islam's a beautiful thing, Christian, Rastafari, that helps people trying to find their ways, but you gotta be better than that, because all we're doing is creating, you know, black zombies, as he said. I remember in my own culture, I gotta remember, there've been like songs that have been talked about stuff like that, talking about like better people. And there was one musician I remember in Eritrea. His name was Yamane Garamikat. Yamane means hand of the right hand, or Yamin, as you would say in Arabic. His nickname was that derogatory term, Baria, because he was dark skinned. But he took it and said, "Yeah, I'm dark skinned. What else is new?" But he was one of the most prolific songwriters and singers of all time back home in Eritrea. Died at a very young age, in his 40s. But his songs were like really passionate, things that touched the heart, that talked about what the average Eritrean, or even Ethiopian for that matter, was going through. But, you know, being dark skinned was nothing. It was not a. I don't think being black should be, you know. I mean, black is the original humans were black. You know.
Yeah.
So we've adapted. Some of us have gotten whiter, whatnot, in response to the environments we were living in. Other humanoid creatures, other humanoid species, same thing. I'm like, what's the problem?
Well, before I sign out, I'll answer that question because that is at the crux of a lot of things that I've had to mention before. You talked about these guys that went to war and they said, "We know there's a God and there's a heaven because we saw hell."
Yes.
All right. That relates to the answer to your question. What is everybody's big deal with being black? Well, you and I, you actually just said it. It's the original color. Now, as an Orthodox Christian, you have a similar story about the creation of man that we have. And matter of fact, as an Orthodox Christian, you have details that even other Christians don't have about the creation of human beings. You believe that while God created many things with a command, he took an effort to fashion us with more than just a command. So
we're meant to be the caretakers of this world.
Exactly. But not only that, the way that he created us was not just with a command, but with an actual fashioning, designing us piece by piece before breathing life. Now, for us in the Quran, when it says he created man in his image, for us, his image meant man's own image, that nothing looks like us. Although God's actual image is unmatched by anything in creation too. But nonetheless, the what we have in common in this case is that God designed the pieces of us piece by piece and didn't just speak just one word for the command. Then he breathed life into Adam later on, alayhi salam. Well, here's the thing. Who hated Adam before Adam even had life given to him? Before Adam was even alive? We know who that is. Who else has the means and the motive to travel around the world at about the speed of an electronic media these days, before there was electronic media, and whisper into people's subconscious minds a disdain for their own original design? First off, we have to stop thinking that things are a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. No, when you see a pattern, it's no longer a coincidence. Well, this is a pattern, therefore it's not a coincidence. So we already know God has no motive to do that. He created everybody else from us. He's also just and fair. He doesn't oppress. But who has the means and the motive and the free will to commit an oppression like this? Well, somebody who hates human beings and then witnesses human beings become a variety is the only one that has the motive. Now, does he have the means? Well, who's going to stop him at a red light and say you're driving too fast? Talking about the one with this motive. So he's got the means. He can move very quickly. He can whisper directly into people's minds and sound like their own thoughts. And that's one of his weapons. So what is he going to do? He's going to teach this species that he hates to hate their own original form, so that everybody will turn on their original, the most original form. Because while he hates the species that comes out of Adam and Eve, he's going to hate Adam and Eve the most. Therefore, he's going to hate whoever resembles Adam and Eve the most. So he's going to tell everyone else to hate that. That's plain as day, actually, if we sit down and think about it for 20 seconds. It's not really hocus pocus. It's just it's like anything else. You sit down, you think about, like a detective, who benefits? Okay, well, first, who perceives this as a benefit? Who has the means and the motive? Okay, well, it's even before whites, who had the means to go around the globe at that speed and whisper to a bunch of people in their subconscious minds in their own languages that we're inferior. Before whites, who had that mean? Who had the means and the motive? Who was it?
Satan.
There you go. Exactly.
Iblis, as you would say. Or Shaitan.
Right. Exactly. So that tells us right now, both of us have this description, and the small hats, so to speak, have this in the Old Testament as well. So all of us understand that we have this enemy. Now, he's not visible, but he's an open enemy. He never quits. He never gets tired. He's always got a bag of tricks up his sleeve, and he hates human beings in general. So even if you turn to him and start trying to do magic and you make sacrifices to him, at the end of the day, he still hates you because of your DNA sequence, because you're made out of clay, because we made out of mud and water, and he's made out of something else. So who else could do this and wants to? Okay, now we got that. Now that right there is proof. The existence of white supremacy, which goes against the original form of man, is proof that man has an enemy with these capacities, with these abilities.
I ask a question, though. I ask this question. When they say they're supremacists, what's so supreme about you? But then again, I'd ask somebody who claims to be a black supremacist, what is that supposed to mean? Are we all not human beings? What is this supremacy thing you're talking about? I say that because I asked that question. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason I'm asking these questions.
Yeah. Well, I could give an answer to one of them, at least. When whites say they're supreme, they're just supreme in making weapons because they're driven by they're driven by Satan to do so, because being the furthest, at least visually being the furthest from black, having the most opposite appearance from us in general, they're going to be the ones that are given the most motive and the most angst to develop weapons, because they're told that they're better than everybody. The whisperer telling them this says to them, well, you're at the top, you're better than everybody, when in fact they're just the ones that remind him the least of Adam and Eve. So their idea of supremacy is just based on that. Not that we agree that makes them supreme, just where the idea comes from, where they get it from. But when you ask a black supremacist, okay, we're not supreme because of our DNA sequence. God didn't make us unequal. But we do have to admit that every racist, not necessarily every other race, but every racist made themselves inferior because they're racist rat bastards.
Okay. Now that
That's where
somebody's
they
explained
become
that to me,
inferior.
that makes sense. But let's not get too hubris with that term sometimes, you know. That's the dangers of certain terms like this, you know. I mean, the biggest enemy one man has is in the mirror. That's why Michael Jackson had that song called "Man in the Mirror."
Yeah.
So let's not
Um.
get, because the one biggest hindrance we all have is our ego. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have to. They have what's this J Smart thing? Women from East Africa don't approach. Yeah, they have a reason. That is because most of the time it's in group preference. You have to understand, certain societies have an in group preference. Others, they don't mind interacting with marrying out as well. It varies from culture to culture, and sometimes they just the ones who have an in group preference. Sometimes they have a misconception about African Americans, Afro Canadian. Oh, keep in mind, folks, there are Afro Canadians, descendants of African Americans who made it who fled to Canada during the Underground Railroad, mostly in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and St. Andrews Island, and Newfoundland. Not all black people in Canada are descended from are Caribbean or African descent. But like I said, certain groups, J Smart, you know, they have a hint. They may be apprehensive to approach you, either because of cultural misconceptions they may have of you and your ilk, or it's just they're not sure if they would approach you because sometimes they might be weary of you, that you might try to fetishize them or something. That's one thing you got to keep in mind. But anyway, like I said about the whole supremacy thing, I once said this. I don't think I'm better. I said this to when somebody. I've said this with some friends. Like, what do you do when somebody says you're better? They think you're better than them. I said, I don't think I'm better than you. I mean, It could be that I'm not as messed up as you are. I'm not full of what as you are. So I say, be respectful and be cordial. And the people who are disrespectful to you, just walk away from them. Keep your distance from them, That's why we're told to guard our, protect your light or guard your heart, as it said in the let me find that. You don't mind if I use a Bible quote, do you?
I don't mind it if you're talking to the Christians.
No, because I'm trying to find common ground here,
Mm-hmm.
between the two days. So I gotta find that. There's an old verse I gotta find here. Just bear with me here.
So they better show appreciation for you because with two cash apps and of small amounts, I would be snoring by now, but I wanted them to benefit from this historical knowledge you've been giving them. And yeah, now if you had a cash app, if Cash App worked in Scandinavia, I would tell them to send something to yours.
Oh no,
But
it's okay. I don't need it because I just love to just have these conversations and support my brothers and bring the knowledge. You know.
yep, and I do appreciate that. But I would also like for them to make it worth your time.
I appreciate that, but
Even if it's
maybe another time or something like that. But I would, if they want to do right by me, I would say they send the cash up to you instead.
that's nice of you, and I certainly would. I'll take it if they send it, but you might need some. You might have to buy some extra heat up there where you are. It's a possibility. I mean,
Actually,
it's cold
in my
there.
case, it's not heat. It's not heat in my case. What I got to worry about sometimes is moisture buildup,
Oh,
and that's why I can't prepare for these things because I have 3 dehumidifiers in my apartment. Because what you do not want to, because insulation is good. Insulation is good in my apartment, but I got to worry about moisture buildup sometimes, like a water buildup on your windows, moisture buildup on your windows. You got to extract the moisture to avoid developing black mold and such.
okay, yeah,
And,
yeah.
I'm more prepared for that, so don't worry about that. Let me find that verse. have. I officially understand. Yeah. See, there's that lack of empathy and fear that people don't understand, you know? Yeah, here's what the verse is, if I may read it out loud. It's Proverbs chapter 4, verse 43. It says, "Keep your heart with all vigilance, for from it flow the springs of life." You have to protect your energy and who you share it with. I mean, just like we're told to guard our light or our energy, we got to protect our hearts and protect our minds from being influenced by negative people's negativity. Easier said than done, but you have to be careful who you interact with. And some people are just can be weary or kind of cross or skeptical. Mm-hmm. I have to be skeptical around certain people at times. You know?
Yep. You face that too. Yeah, I imagine we all do. I'm not sure that there's anybody that goes long enough without having to give someone the side eye.
Someone side eye or somebody or some people, like I remember, like everybody's had their misconceptions of one another. And that's a good joint, by the way. Nice song. What is that?
Okay, so the sound did come through.
Yeah, the sound did come through. Nice reggae. Was it reggae?
Yeah, it is actually. Now, was it too loud and overpowering when it came through?
No.
Okay, all right.
Came in just right, you know.
Okay,
low,
all right.
You know.
All right, now everybody else in the chat, let me know if you all can hear it and if it's drowning us out. I was uploading it for the future live streams. I was just uploading it for the future ones, but I didn't know that it was going to play. And then just now, even then when I hit the play button to see if it could play, I didn't know that you'd be able to hear it yet. But this is my first time testing it out, and I want to see if they can hear it in the chat too. You can hear it, and I can. And
I'm just vibing to it right now.
Yep, we are.
Man, I got an uncle and one of my cousins, big on reggae. My cousin is likes to listen to Peter Tosh. Not too loud.
Peter Tosh.
Not too loud, but it's just low. It's not too low, but you can just hear it, and it's just like just sets just touch your soul, sets the mood. Very easy going.
Yeah, this is something I play to lower my blood pressure in many cases. Sometimes if I'm by myself at home, well, I used to do it, and sometimes I even fell asleep to it or started to. All right, so so Jay Smart said he can hear it, and let's see if they can hear us clearly too. I just asked that, and we'll find out. And I guess I better find out right now if there's a way to control the volume on it. I'm not sure if there's a control for it. I'm looking to see, but now I don't.
Do you have like the instructions to the program that you're using for this? Can you troubleshoot?
Not quite. No, not quite. Now, what I can tell you this, on my end now, it's a little calmer, a little lower on my end. So I can hear you more clearly. Okay, so if it's low on your end too, then that means that I just use the regular volume control for that. And then that would determine, so if I control the volume on my end, then it affects what everybody hears. Let's see. Okay, Jay Smart said he can hear us clearly as well. All right. So, I'm going to turn in before I start falling asleep and snoring in you guys' ear. But I have to say, I really appreciate you coming through and sharing this historical knowledge with us. And
we gotta learn. We gotta learn from each other. Sometimes it's hard for people to break bread or shatter the ice in certain ways. But I just hope that I wasn't too long-winded, which I'm guilty of, but at least we were able to chop it up and have these discussions. You know, these are the type of discussions I enjoy to have with certain people. There's some other brothers I have conversations like this with, and we really are able to build up from it. You know, it's like Patrice O'Neill said, you know, when men come together, we congregate, we build, we exchange ideas, we help each other see things differently. And if you can make somebody see different, see the errors of the way, and they say, we apologize because you made me see different, that, you know, make that person a better person, you know, that's one step in the right direction. And with that being said, brother, first of all, just listen to this joint. It's got me nostalgic right now because I remember growing up on the East Coast at KSA, especially if you were like taking like a Friday drive in the Corniche, you'd be listening to something like this. If that or Radio Bahrain, 96.5 FM. Good memories.
Okay. 96.5, huh?
96.5 FM, Radio Bahrain. That was one of my favorite radio stations to listen to when I was growing up.
Okay. And they play reggae music?
They would play all kinds of music. They would play good music, you know, but not reggae. Reggae was like mostly like one of my uncles when we were driving in his car, he'd be bumping reggae.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
Okay.
Good stuff. Good memories, you know. Just nostalgic about that. But with that said, brother, I just want to say thank you very much. Yemiskin, as we say in my mother tongue. Allahumak. And Ramadan Kareem in advance as well.
Well, thank you so much. And may Allah make Ramadan easy for you as well. And now tell me how to say thank you again in Tigrinya.
In Tigrinya, we would say Yalanyele or Yemiskin. Yemiskin means I'm very grateful to you.
Okay, Yemiskin. And the first one was Yamanyele?
Yakanyele, but Yemiskin is easier to say.
Okay, now Yakinyele. Okay, now Yakinyele, I think that's easier. And to a lady, would it be Yakinyele?
Actually, in your case, I think Yemiskin would be easier for you. Yemiskin is more like I'm very grateful or I show gratitude. That's easier.
Okay.
That's easier for you, my brother. But thank you for having me up. You just have a blessed week, and hopefully, you know, I'll catch you on the next stream or something like that. You know.
I look forward to it, sir. And if anything, Yemaskan. If anything, shukran luck. And I'll look for you on the next live stream, and I'll try to put it up earlier in advance, inshallah.
Inshallah. It's get for Tari, as we say.
Yes,
Christians,
indeed.
we say yes, get it for Tari. That means inshallah.
Okay, yes, get in for tarde.
Geta Yifatrna, where it's Yifatrna, which means inshallah. Geta Yifatrna. Geta means Yarab or Yarab, God willing, in English.
Okay, Geta Yifatrna.
Geta Yifatrna.
Okay, all right.
That's a Christian, but that's for Christians. Christians say that. Muslims, they always say inshallah.
Yes, all right. But if I hear it, then I'll understand it. If I hear Christians say it, at least I'll understand it. And thank you so much here. All right. Take care, sir. So, folks, y'all certainly owe Cahob because I should be knocked out and snoring on somebody's mattress at this point. But I do want to give a shout out again to Malika and to Gail and Knife for coming through the Cash App. I want to thank you guys for the questions that y'all asked, especially Jay Smart. You stuck through with us through the whole thing. And Red Black Expat, I hope that they're treating you okay out there in the Philippines. The Nameless Protagonist, I appreciate you coming through and reminding me about Persia. I really do appreciate that because that was something that somebody addressed to me before. Contractor, thank you for dropping in from the bottom of my black heart and from the depths of my black mind and for sharing my links with everybody. And Gregory Scotland, it was good to see you again, sir. It's been a few weeks, but you came through and be about peace and pleasure. Assalamu alaikum and what up, cuz? Slipknot, 12 different slangs. We might make that 84, Lord willing. But I really do appreciate you guys coming through. And I will see y'all on the next one, inshallah.